Hello, everyone. My name is Amir. Welcome to the tour guide Udacity Hackathon this morning. Hopefully, you'll all be joining soon. Can you please let me know if you can hear me during the live stream? Please let me know on the channel. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm not too sure if on my side it seems like all is going well. So please give me let me know if you can hear me on the live stream. I wasn't able to fully test the setup before going live, so normally you should be able to see me, and so yeah. Awesome, this is great. Okay, great stuff. So just to give you a quick kind of overview of how it's going to work for those who haven't done in the hackathons before. Thanks for confirming, guys. So the way this is going to work basically is that I'll be driving the session with you, but this is really like a group effort, like in the spirit, just like how a hackathon is. So none of us has all the answers, but we all can work together and kind of find them. Hopefully, I'll be able to give you some input. So I'll be mostly focusing on the tour guide app as per the channel, and as was stated before. So please do send me questions around, more specifically around that project. Obviously, as you know, there's also a lot of there's Android concepts, but there are also a lot of object-oriented concepts as well as Java concepts. So I'm more than happy to tackle those also with you if you have any questions around those, and if I can answer them, that would be great. I hope I can. And pretty much, so try not I'm more than happy to do any kind of code reviews and things like that, but not too big, otherwise the format might not flow and I might get stuck on one question while other questions pile up. So please feel free, and don't hesitate to just send me your questions in this channel as soon as you're ready, and we can start tackling these. Just as a side note, for those of you who might have missed it, when you'll be submitting this project, you will be graded against a very specific rubric, which I believe is this one right here. So as you work and as you progress through your project, please make sure that you're ticking every little item in this list of the rubric to make sure that you haven't missed anything in the requirements, because the person who's going to be reviewing your code and approving your project will be basically going through all these different points. So so yeah. So whenever you're ready, please let me know of any questions you have. If not, I will be just maybe addressing some of the concepts myself for you guys, so that just giving you a bit more additional information. I guess it doesn't hurt as per se. So and if you see that I'm going on a tangent or I'm talking about a subject, please don't feel free to interrupt me by sending me a message or a question. So I believe that some of you might not, I'm not fully aware of exactly what is your background, all of you. If maybe some of you have been previously are developers right now, some of you maybe have never developed and are starting to get into the field of development through Android development, which is fantastic, and I cannot congratulate you enough to have entered this space. It's a very exciting space. There's a lot of things going on, and as the industry goes forward, there will be more and more software requirements in pretty virtually everything that we can come up with. So great initiative and great step on your behalf if you're starting out just now development. So and like I said, I will be presenting on different concepts which I found as a developer maybe early on when working with Android, and even just starting development myself, a bit tricky. So I will try to emphasize and try to give you some pointers on that. But obviously, feel free to send me in some questions specific to any kind of problem that you might be having, and I will try my best to kind of address that, address that question for you during the session. So the basic idea of this tour guide app was to kind of get you familiar with some concepts like adapters and activities, and pictures, for example, and understand like the flow of an Android application. Now, before and like when I'll please do review the rubric as we go along, because you are going to be like required to, like I said previously, touch on all these points. And one of the key things, okay, so and by the way, I'm really sorry because I'll just call you by your nicknames on the channel. So apologies for that up front. And if I kind of like mispronounce it, so apologies up front for that. So Ryoko-san just asked regarding design. So if you can just be a bit more specific in terms of design. So because there could be design from a UX point of view, meaning user experience. There could be design from a user interface point of view, which are two different things actually. Or there could be design from a software object-oriented programming point of view. So if you just don't mind like kind of maybe specifying a bit more your question to say like what design you're talking about, then I'll be like able to maybe better address your question. So following up on that, one of the main things for you to, before you start like tackling Android, is understanding basic data structures in programming. And this is like completely transversal to any kind of programming language. It's not going to be Java specific or okay, so I'm just going to come back onto the question, like how to present. So Ryoko-san is asking like how to present the app. So okay, so let me try this. So if you're trying to okay, so Android is very confused. Okay, fair enough. So Ryoko-san was asking like, how do I can go about designing and maybe try to find some guidelines in terms of maybe how to go about and designing for Android. Now, one of the things that I would recommend you guys, right, is to take a tool such as, for example, any kind of mock-up tool that, especially I think that if you're starting off like quite new to development or software UX and UI design and things like that, it wouldn't hurt, and I think it would be maybe a good practice to go and first take a pen and a piece of paper and start, just maybe mocking up your idea of maybe how you think your application could look like. Or for example, you could use like a website like Balsamiq. So I've posted the link for you guys, and you can review that in your spare time. Basically, what Balsamiq is, it's an application and a web service that enables you to create service mocks for Android applications, web applications, heavy-duty desktop application. It doesn't matter. The goal is for you to have a kind of infrastructure to be able to create UI mockups and to kind of create a flow of applications. So the idea is not to emphasize too much on the final design of your application, but it's to kind of like create your activity equivalents, so the windows and the frames through which your user is going to go through, and a logical flow between different selections, menus, and stuff like that in your application. So Ryoko-san, like if you're finding issues from a design point of view, when you see design is from like more from a UI perspective, then what I would highly recommend is, so you take a piece of paper and a pen, you start mocking out your UI, or if you can, for example, take Balsamiq, or you can take PowerPoint, you can take Impress from the LibreOffice suite for those of you who are under Linux or using it under Mac OS or Windows, and you can just basically like take those applications and start designing your UI in the first instance. Just think of how would your application look, where would the buttons go, and for which kind of actions. Now, generally speaking, and from a design point of view, you might have heard about the agile concept of approaching nowadays software development. So a lot of the software development these days is done. Before, we used to do things in waterfall. So waterfall approach was basically business users they write their functional or business requirements, if you will, on a piece of paper. And once that is done, when they think that they have covered all the angles to the problem that's being addressed, they would then send this over to the developers, who would start then reading the document and start go about coding. So what would happen is like the analyst or the business analyst would write the whole spec. Now that might take a couple of months. In the meanwhile, maybe developers would be just doing infrastructure work, setting up servers and things like that. When they would get the document spec, the document requirement, they would just go out for like 3 months, 4 month, long hideaway code, come back, and then show what they had done. And that, of course, did not scale because there would be a lot of confusion of understanding of requirements, what a business person wanted, and actually what got delivered, et cetera, et cetera. So we moved from that model a couple of years ago, and we went into a more of an agile way, where the idea is to say you take this whole waterfall approach, but you simplify things by slicing it. And rather than saying, I'm going to do this whole spec up front, I'm going to just write a small piece of the spec, right? Just a simple requirement, which is also called, for example, a user story. I'll give it to a developer review it quickly. He will quickly develop that feature, show it to me, and we will iterate and improve on that. So coming back to the reason why I was explaining to you is that if you think about user stories, meaning users cases also, like how one of your potential users of your application, how they might use your application, that will help you design your application. So you can write down first user stories, like sentences. User can click on the menu and select an item to sort the data, for example. So this is like a use case, right? So you can write all of these use cases of how a person is going to interact with your application. When you have all this list, you can then go about maybe opening PowerPoint, Balsamic, or whatever you're comfortable with, and then you can start creating UI elements, right, which are going to enable you to do those stories. So as you'll write more and more stories or use cases, if you will see more and more of the UI getting designed progressively, and you'll be starting to place your UI elements, on your, like, writing the UI elements on your mockup, basically. So what will happen at that point is that you will start seeing, okay, so I'll need my resource layout here. I'll need another one here. I might use a fragment here rather than having a full-blown layout. I might then have to create these activities. So from a pure design point of view, that will guide you a lot. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know, Ryoko-san, if that's like your main trouble right now. But if it is, then I would highly recommend you try this approach where you forget about the code. You forget about anything has to do technical related. Just start writing down on a piece of paper or whatever document, first, how does my user interact? What are the things? And then from there, build upon from these questions the different UI elements. And hopefully you'll see that you'll be naturally guided towards the design of your application, if you will. Okay, please, feel free to keep on asking questions if you want me to clarify more concept or to go in more details in some other things. Okay, so Vimasulo is asking me, I have a problem with the Android Studio. Please, let me quickly have a look at this. Could not create parent directory for lock file. Okay, so what most likely happened in this case is that you have maybe a Gradle daemon already running from a previous build, basically, that failed, and that process is kind of went zombie, meaning that it hasn't died, so it hasn't like freed some resources in your folder. So what Gradle will do is like you'll create like a log file to know that it has been running on a certain folder type. So first thing you could do potentially, depending if you're on Mac OS, Linux, or Windows, is that you go into your operating system process manager and you look for Gradle. So for example, if you'd be on Windows, you would open the task manager and you would look at, the Gradle.exe or bat file reference somewhere for an existing one, and you would like kill it, and then you would start to retry your build, and that hopefully should resolve your problem. And please do let me know if that doesn't. And if you're on a Unix type system like Linux, you would just do a ps, you'd do like a ps -ef grep Gradle, something along these lines in your shell, and then that will enable you to filter out only the Gradle process. That will give you the idea of the process, and then you can kill it. If you're not familiar with this, I'm more than happy to explain and go a bit in more detail with that. So once again, please let me know in the comments, in the Slack, if you have any troubles with that. So coming back to my initial question was, so I'm just replying to a student. Okay, so if you want to ask me any questions, I'll have trouble if you guys maybe try to contact me in a PM way. So please, I'm trying to juggle also with the video stream. So maybe it would be helpful if you have any questions. Your question might be also useful for other students who might not have thought about the problem that you're asking for. So please feel free first to kind of drop me a message in the main channel so that everyone can have an input into it and can also maybe understand what I'm talking about. So because that'll give them a bit more context. But I'm more than happy later on, to have more one-to-one sessions or questions asking session with you. I'm more than happy to do that. So concerning if you are once again a beginner, or if you're starting off with development, or you're not too sure how about going on Android, the first point I just want to emphasize on before we get into the Android core here is that it's very important for you to kind of understand what are the different types of data structures, right, that exist. And like I said, as I was saying previously, okay, so I'm just gonna quickly go back to, sure. So like I said, so if you're on, I don't know if you can tell me what operating system you're on. So if you're on Windows, right, you can do a right click on your task manager and then look at, you can do a right click on your application bar where next to where the time is, and you should be able to see something equivalent of Task Manager. Unfortunately, I'm on Linux and I don't have a Windows handy with me right now. But back then, in Windows 10, I think it has changed. In Windows 7, it was right click on the taskbar and you can say View Task Manager, and maybe something similar still in Windows 10. So you just do a right click near the time on the bottom right hand corner, and then that will bring up some kind of option that will enable you to help you visualize all of the different processes that are running on your operating system. There you can just order by if you click on the column name of the process, you should be able to order all the processes alphabetically. And there just look for Gradle, because what happens, right, is that Gradle, when you run it the first time, it starts a daemon process. By daemon process means that it will start a process in the background that will continuously run. So whenever you start from, let's say you just booted your computer for the first time in the morning, and you're going to run a first time Gradle build, the Gradle build will take a bit more time initially. Why? Because it's going to start the Gradle daemon, so a background process basically, and it will start initializing some of its caches and things like that. So the initial first start, the warming up is going to take some time. So the first build is going to take some time, but the next builds are going to be much faster. And the way it does that is because there's a background process, and you don't have to do the whole wiring up and starting up phase every time of Gradle. And sometimes what happens is that if your process basically dies, or you kind of kill Android Studio, or something happens, sometimes I've seen that Gradle does the Gradle process that was started in the background, it becomes zombie, meaning that it's now not taking any more requests or listening to any kind of actions or commands or events that it might be normally should have responded to, but it's still taking up resources and is there. So potentially it can also create a memory leak, etc., etc. And it can also interfere with another instance basically of Gradle. So some of you might have seen this with Firefox, for example. Sometimes you were using Firefox and Firefox crashed, you restarted it, and when you were trying to restart it, it would show you a little pop-up saying, oh, Firefox is already running, another process, use it from there, for example. So, and if you would go into your task manager, you would see indeed a firefox.exe in Windows, for example, or like I said, in Unix. So if you're using Mac OS or if you're using Linux, the process to see if you have an existing Gradle process is to basically, you open Spotlight, you type terminal, okay? It will open in the shell, and then you can type ps-ef. Okay, that means show me the processes. The PS command shows you all the existing processes. The EF will show you an extended full path of the executable of which this process belongs to. Then when you do a pipe, it's just a redirection to say the output of this command should go to the next element that comes after the pipe being that oblique or vertical bar. And then you can just do grep, which is a Unix, which is basically a Unix Linux application that helps you to filter data. So whatever input it gets, it filters. So you can just do grep, then Gradle, for example, like this. So coming back to the tour guide. So one of the basic things that you really need to understand is how to go about understanding the basic data structures. So like hash map, sets, lists. So have a look at those interfaces, and it's very paramount for you to understand those. Otherwise, you will not be able to effectively write the Android application. Now, if I go through the rubric, for example, one of the key things that it's asking about is that you should be able to create lists of at least, for example, 4 attractions. Now, for the purpose of this exercise, one thing that's very important to understand is that you should be only creating or writing code that fulfills a requirement. If you want to do more, there is virtually, I would say, a very, very high limit to what you can do. So you can obviously go and do more sophisticated things, but right now, as you progress through the projects, the whole point of these projects are to, with time, become more and more complex one after the other. So if you're looking for complexity or trying to do a bit more and advanced things, just be patient. They will come as you progress through the different projects, and as you must have noticed already doing the previous projects. So one thing I will definitely say to you is have a look at the rubric, go through each element, and just make a rock solid base of the minimum requirements and try to understand them fully. So one of the things, like what I was asked was like the overall layout should at least contain 4 lists of relevant attractions for a location, for example. So now in this project, there was no specific requirement in terms of how you were going to deliver the data. So you could have very well, if you were feeling in the mood of writing a database connection, for example, and just accessing your data that way, or obviously that would be going beyond what was required. What you could have, which would be a much more reasonable approach, would be you could just hard code your values into maybe the Java class or indirectly into the activity or the Java class yourself, all the static data on whatever location you want to add the data for. Or you could have just write it into a plain text file, and then you could just read that text file with a specific, let's say JSON format, and then you could just use a JSON or a JSON library, and you could then just convert those JSON string into Java objects and then manipulate those, for example. Now, one of the elements that you should be considering is that when you are going to be loading data in such a way is that you are going to be required to use data structures that are going to help you. So, for example, in this case, maybe what's going to be important for you is to maybe use a hash map so that you can maybe tie your locations with a key. So, for example, if I was writing this tour guide app for, let's say, Paris, and I wanted to show the Eiffel Tower as information for the the main attraction, or the Louvre Museum, or the Arc de Triomphe for the Champs-Élysées, I might use these places as the keys to my hash map, and then I would associate to, let's say, Eiffel Tower, an object that would also, or an object that would contain information about the Eiffel Tower and the different type of maybe common data points. So you would then have a map, for example, and you would then associate an object. So this object, though, would have to be generic enough so that you could reuse this object for all the other attractions. So that could be the address, that could be maybe a concept like opening hours, you know, telephone number, and things like that. So that's what you would do. So now it would be very important, for example, for you to understand, you know, what would be the best data structure. So like I said, I gave you here an example of a hash map, but you could also very well use a hash set, and you could just, you know, iterate through the elements, and you could then, you know, make it work that way. And obviously that would be also possible. Now, the more advanced things here, right, would be then to understand and appreciate, would a set be better or a map? What would be the trade-off in terms of ease of use of the data structure, and also from a performance point of view, like what would be quicker when it would be performing well. So in some of your projects, you know, performance will not be an issue, but obviously it's something that you have to keep in mind as your project will become more and more complex. You know, it might require more and more memory. So you need to like help your application and help the Android operating system of the user by trying to make your application use as little memory as possible. And this will also be done by your appreciation of what is the right data structure for a task at hand. So yeah, so that is very, very important to kind of appreciate and understand. So like I said, once again, for those who might have joined only now, please feel free to, you know, ask your questions and just write them to me in the channel. And I think that would be like the best way. And then I'll be able to hopefully you know, resolve your question, hopefully. So coming back to Vimasulo's question in terms of Gradle. So I don't know if you were able to resolve it or not, but basically what should be happening is that when I look at your screenshot is that you could try clicking on try again. And one of the key things for you to build is that make sure that you're using the Gradle of the recommended Gradle that comes bundled into the project when you created your Android project. So let me try to share with you my screen and to show you like how I have done like the setup of my project. So maybe that should like kind of help you a bit. So please let me know if you can see my screen. Normally you should all be able to see my screen now. So can you please let me know in the channel if you can see my screen? So just quick, can you guys see my screen? So I just started like the basic here template, created a basic template from using one of the wizards in Android Studio. And one of the settings that, let me just quickly check if you guys can see. Yes, awesome. Okay, fantastic. Awesome, great. So what I'm trying to do in respect to Gradle, one of the problems that you might have is if Gradle is not working for you, so you can go into the settings here. And one of the things that you want to make sure is that when you are using Gradle and when you have it set up, I would always, you know, tell you to use this recommended, you know, option right here. Like that's always what I choose, because the reason being is that you can obviously you can like use your own Gradle, you know, distribution, and then here you could just like, you know, scroll and use and, you know, go to wherever your Gradle was installed. But the drawback of that is that if you do this, you will always need to update manually yourself your Gradle version, okay? And you'll always just be stuck to one version. Now, that might be okay. That might be okay depending on a professional environment, like in your company, for example, where they have said, no, we are sticking to this Gradle distribution, let's say 3.1. And Even though Gradle versions move on, for regression purposes, they do not want to move forward until it has been fully regression tested, et cetera, because obviously, you know, if you're always doing the cutting edge, you might encounter bugs that like no one has yet encountered, which might, you know, create trouble for you. So when you select this one, use default Gradle wrapper, what happens basically is that by default, when you will create an Android project, there'll be two things that are going to be created for you. You're going to get a build.gradle. I'm just going to quickly check on, okay, cool. So you're going to have two build.gradle files that are going to be created. One in the root project that I've highlighted right now, which is obviously at the root. So it's going to be within the root folder here. I've named it tour guide. So if you open this file, build.gradle, what it does here is that it tells basically Gradle that we want to use this version of the plugin here, 2.3.3, okay? And what happens here also is that when you're using the recommended Gradle, it will use actually indirectly the wrapper here, jar, to go and, you know, use this Gradle binary here. So it will go and download this version automatically for you. Now, what happens is that when you are going to be, you know, upgrading your project, sometimes you'll notice that automatically there'll be a pop-up in Android Studio telling you, hey, a new version of Gradle is available, and it will automatically bump this version up. So if you're using the recommended option that I was showing you previously here, right, automatically it will, you know, go and call the wrapper again, and the wrapper will always keep you to the most updated version. So I would first of all, in the first instance, you know, tell you to use this recommended approach. Now, once you've done that, the other build.gradle here in the app is obviously all of your libraries, and the different setup that you have, you know, selected for your project. Now, once this is done, you can open here in Android Studio the view on the right-hand side. So if you don't have it here, you can go into Window, and you can select here in the views. So wait, it's not in here. You could have it in Tool Windows. So if you go into View, Tool Windows, here you have all the different tabs that will enable you to see the different, you know, elements, plugins that can help you for whatever you're trying to do. So in here you have Gradle, and then from Gradle you can go into the app component here, go into Build. You can double click Clean, and then this should give you a pop-up here to show you that Gradle is running and it's clean right now, the project, for example. And then what's going to happen here is that then you can just do a build, for example, and this will compile your code. So I would say that Vimasula, which we should try. So let me have a quick look here at which option that you are. So here you see, yeah, so that's the one, right? Absolutely. So that's the one you should be using. Use the default Gradle wrapper, absolutely. So that's the one you should be using, and normally just try which the first one that you have selected, Vimasul, the one in your screenshot. That's the right one. So please, Vimasul, try to do what I just did, like do a clean and do a build, and let me know if you're still having problems with that. Okay, so Mihai is asking me what kind of, like, to get to know more about data structures, what resources I would recommend. Okay, so that's a good question, and so I would recommend you. Now, there is. Let me quickly also just Google his book. It's called the Sikiana Algorithm book, design book, which is actually very, very good. However, I don't know if this is going to be like the best resource for you in terms of data structures, because it might be a bit too overwhelming, because it has algorithms and also data structures kind of mingled with one another. And a good reference. So if you're struggling, I would say, a bit with with Android due to maybe Java, I think that one of the books that I would recommend you is, you might not need, you can get, there's a free version of this book. This is by Bruce Eckel, I believe. This book is called Thinking in Java. You also had Head from the Head First collection. So let me quickly just look this reference up on Amazon for the book. So it's called Head First Java, which is also a good book that will introduce you to the very first basic data structures. Now, the first book that I told you about, Thinking in Java, is more of a global Java reference book that will help you on some very specific elements. My best recommendation for learning data structures is to find exercises on the web, and you can find these on Stack Overflow. So I'm guessing about all of you should be fairly familiar with Stack Overflow. And if not, then the address obviously is stackoverflow.com. And this is a great resources to learn about, ask questions, to find solutions to coding problems and things like that. And here you should be able to find data structure related questions and resources. There is no, the problem is that if I give you a pure data structure book, so like I said, you could try the Sakina algorithm book. Once again, it is a bit advanced. It is a bit quite comprehensive. So, and it's also touching a lot on algorithm design. So it will touch on some of the elements of data structures. But once again, this is something that is good to know, good to read, but I would not recommend this as the first instance. The first instance that you should be just learning about the basic data structures by looking on the internet for simple exercises, and the best thing is just to look at resources online, because they will give you simple examples of different types of data structures. So one way, for example, would be to start with is to go on Wikipedia, for example, and then you could just look up on Wikipedia data structure. So let me give you that link, because I think it's an interesting link, because it will just show you the basic data structures that exist. And from there, you can just look at what kind of different elements, data structures that you have, and in what cases they are used. So if you go here, just start having a look here. There you go. Now, relate to your question. Now, this is a bit hard for me to answer directly without knowing your background. So I'm guessing that there are a lot of, in this channel, we have people coming from different backgrounds. So I would say it will depend all first on your level of proficiency with Java, okay? So Thinking in Java is going to teach you a lot about the language and of how to use a Java language effectively, okay? But it will also teach you the language, but it will not indirectly teach, it will indirectly touch on data structures and things like that, but it will not teach you how to use a data structure. So if, let's say, you're not familiar or very comfortable understanding when you should be using a list, when should you be using a tree, when should you be using a set or a map, in that case, I would not even bother with Thinking in Java to begin with. You first should go and maybe start with the link that I gave you of Wikipedia, where you have all of these different data structures. So for example, if you're not familiar with a list, so the point could also be in your, at the beginning is I have this problem, but I do not know what data structure would be best for it. So there are two ways to approach a problem. You could look up on Stack Overflow or on the internet questions similar to what you have, asking what data structure would be best suited for this problem, and then go and look up that data structure and understand how it works, okay? Or you could just start looking at some basic data structures and start making a personal list of notes and saying, okay, so I've read this data structure and apparently this one is used for this scenario. And that way you can build up your database, your personal database of understanding what kind of data structure is used in which scenario, right? Obviously, all of these data structures have their pros and cons with their trade-offs in terms of speed, ease of use, memory requirements. And this can be a very, very extensive, area. So, and once again, I don't want to put you off by giving you overwhelm you guys with too much information. So my advice to you is that if you're comfortable with data structures already, thinking in Java, and also a book that's fantastic globally, it's called Head First Design Patterns. I would highly recommend this book to you guys because it's a very, very easy, accessible book on design patterns. And this, although they're using Java as an example in this book, even though this book is old, the design patterns are still very true today. And I cannot recommend you this enough because it's a very enjoyable book to read. You can read it very quickly, and it will cover you the main patterns that are used a lot in the Android framework. So you'll better get by looking at, for example, the template design pattern, you will get a better understanding of how the activity class or the app compact activity class works. Like, just to get an understanding, like when you extend it, how do all these different methods get called, and how is all this like magical thing, method calls occurring. So if you're already familiar with data structures, go in and have a read on Head First Design Patterns and like look into thinking in Java, and that's more of an extensive reference guide on the Java programming language. Hi, Toma. So thanks a lot for your question. So, okay. So sorry, I'm of course, so architect, okay, and 3D graphic. So you're more of, okay, so you have a non-programming background. So one of the major things I would say as to learn programming first is to maybe start with, and Millet, just let me know if that answered your question or not, and please ask me a question again if you want more details on that. So Toma, to your question, I would say that I'll go back. So if you are really new to programming, or so if you understand, first of all, control flow, control logic. So by control flow and control logic, I mean if-else conditions, switch statements, for example, right, in the language. And if-else switch are language constructs that exist in virtually like all languages. Like every language has their equivalent of if, else, if then else, if else, if, switch statements. So if you're understanding that, and if you understand the concepts of variable declaration and things like that, then I would recommend that you pick up a beginner's Java book. And because I'm saying this geared to the fact that you're trying to come up to speed as quickly as possible to make Android applications. So that's why I'm trying to guide you towards first something that's going to help you get to grips quicker with Android. In that case, start learning then the basics of Java. Now, there is a problem for those of you that might be completely beginners to programming. And what is going to happen is that you have different types of categories of languages. So you have more procedural programming. So let me write that just to, make sure that we're all on the same page. So procedural programming languages are like C, BASIC. At its first, at the start, you have languages like C, BASIC. You have Python, although it's very also OOP. So you have these basic, so like you have these simple languages that are not object-oriented programming. So OOP, right? Object-oriented programming, which Java is. Now, this can be a bit more daunting for people who are not completely new to programming, and I would not recommend you jump straight into OOP. Toma, if you are like really lost at this point, or you're still struggling in terms of getting to the grips of classes and object hierarchies and all of that, my my best recommendation for you would be to start first with understanding a procedural language. So for example, try Python and PHP and remove everything that comes from the OOP part. Whenever you see that there's a content being talked about with object-oriented programming, just try to avoid it, skip it. Just stick to the basic procedural part of it. So there will be no concept of classes or whatever. So try first get to the grips with this so that guys can get familiar with how do we declare a variable? What are the different types? Double, int, long, decimal, float, or things like that. Understand this concept first of how do you assign variables, how do you use them, right? Once you start understanding the flow of how do you declare a method, how do you declare, sorry, not a method, because a method is what we call a function in procedural, and a function in OOP is called method, okay? So when you use the word method, you're already implying that you're using OOP. But when you're using just normal procedural programming with no classes, no objects, then you're calling functions. So you need to understand what are functions, the parameters. So you guys need to understand like what is operator overloading or overriding and things like that. So once you go through the basics of this and you are comfortable now understanding the basic flow of how to write a function, how to call that, then start to transition yourself to the basic Java programming, and then that will help you a lot because then they will introduce you to the concept of objects and things like that. So I hope that will answer kind of your question, I hope, or at least give you some kind of idea, from where you can go to. If for those of you who really just don't like want to jump into Java straight, to be fair, I haven't read any beginners Java. I mean, I had class lectures, university lectures on Java, so I didn't have a book at that point when I was learning Java. But I think that if you started with any basic Java beginner book, I'm sure they would just cover and bring you up to speed with the concepts of variable, loop, and nested structures, and for loops and while loops. So the reason why I was specifying to use maybe PHP, for example, or maybe not C, but rather Python, because C will open other issues in terms of memory and things like that. So I just want to try to keep something very simple for you first so that you can just focus on what's essential, meaning variable concepts, how to declare variables, how to use loops, for loops, while loops, conditional statements like switch and if else. So try Python. There's actually a very good resource on the internet, which is free. I think it's called Python for Beginners. Let me just quickly search this on the internet for you and give you the link. It's a great book, and so I'm not sure if it's this one. I'll try to look it up, and if I find it, I'll send it over to you guys on this channel. But try this one, and what can happen is that go through these examples. Now, once again, of course, this is not going to be Android, obviously, but this will give you a very good understanding of just basic programming flow. And once you're good with that, the same programming flow concepts are going to be there in Java. So you will not be in completely unknown territory. And then having done this, you will just need to transition some of the concepts of variable declaration from Python or PHP into Java. And then you will just have to focus on OOP. And then that's where I recommend you to start reading that book called Head First Design Patterns, because it's a really great resource where they have really simplified a great deal how to design and think in design patterns for Java, because once again, design patterns are heavily used, in the Android framework. And sometimes if you're just wondering like, why is it working like this, then, it might help you. All right. So can we try to create a new tour guide app from scratch? So, well, I think that that's like, we could like, I think that that might just take a bit more a lot of time. So let me think about it. Maybe let me think about it. Let me see if that's possible or not. Although I'm not sure how beneficial that will be, because I can show you exactly what are the steps and how you would do that. But I think that to get the most out of this session, it would be more to kind of pinpoint, because everyone's going to be learning at a different pace, right? And so everyone might not be able to follow at the same speed or have the same understanding. So one of the key things would be rather for you all to like start working on the project. And if you have like more of a design problem or a question of how do I go about designing this, or how do I start this, or have some more specific questions, I think that you'll get much more value out of the session rather than me just hand holding you and showing you exactly how to walk through, because I'm going to make a lot of assumptions maybe potentially, or might not cover everything. So the best way to learn anything, and specifically programming, is by coding yourself. Like, I cannot stress this enough. Reading books is excellent. It's very important to read books because you learn from experience of other people, and they will fast track you by showing you the best practices. So I'm not discounting in any way books. I'm a high defender of reading technical books, but you should also code. You should also write the code yourself, because that's going to how you're going to memorize, and how you're going to understand how the programming language works. So I've done it in the past. You know, I've seen a lot of people videos when having code walkthroughs and everything, but at the end I've just realized that I'm just coming back to the videos and just trying to follow, but that's not the best way. The best way for you to feel comfortable is to start and understand step by step. And remember, this is not a race, right? You have to like feel comfortable with the concept, and if the concepts are not clear, then just don't hesitate to ask whatever form that you find, and then start building something yourself, because when you're going to build something and you're going to make mistakes, that's how you're going to learn. So yeah, so I mean, I've taken Vimasula, I've taken into account your question. Let me reflect on that, and I'll see if I can do that maybe this afternoon or tomorrow, maybe, or at least part of some elements that I can like maybe, you know, show you portions of the application. But so one of the core things, like, that we can talk about maybe, is rather than me showing you this, is maybe talk about how would you design such an application, right? And maybe that could be a more interesting first session, or like, you know, time that we could spend, like how exactly would this work, right? So if you want, I can quickly like cover on this if like there are no more questions coming anyways, as I was planning to do that, and I think we can take it from there. So I hope that answers your question, Rima Solo. I mean, I know that you're like, maybe you would have would like to see me code on. I can do that. Like, let me think about it. I can do that. But what I can do right now is maybe like kind of like touch on some key points in terms of how we could design this application, right? So coming back to my code here, let me just quickly share my screen again. Okay. And if you can't see my screen, please let me know. I'll just quickly go. I'll also quickly look in the chat in an instant, just to make sure that you guys are also able to see my screen. Can you just anyone just type if you can hear me? And I mean, I'm hopefully, yeah, you can hear me, but can you see my screen right now? If just someone could just, you know, confirm, that would be helpful. I'm guessing that you guys maybe can't see my screen, and so if we just look at the rubric here, right? So if I just go to the rubric here, and you see that the question here, basically, in terms of requirement, is to write a tour guide app. And let me just go back to the initial start of the project. That way I can, you know, go to the question and just make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of requirements and things like that. So if I just go to the screen, okay, quickly don't check that. Yeah, working. You can see perfect. Okay. So if I just go into so at this point, right? So so if like the way I would break down the problem, like if I would be like kind of coming to it was look at the requirement, right? So they're saying that this is going to be an application with multiple screens, and you can select whatever attraction you want and have information such as like headquarters, list of restaurants. So really, it's an open application. It's really up to you. I think the key point here is to obviously look at the rubric, which is telling you what is required basically for you to be able to fulfill the project, which is these different elements that in respect to the layout, to the navigation, and list item counts and pictures, right? So one aspect that's very important here, right, is that you need to understand how would you first focus on the data. So this is very important. So let me take you guys through this concept of how I would design this application, right, in terms of pure design. So let me quickly check. Okay, cool. So no questions. So if I think about the application, right, and once again, like I'm going to deliberately forget about the app right now, right? Like it's not about the code, right? It's just about requirements, right? So what would I like to show, for example? So I'm going to take the example of my tour guide, tour guide app Paris, okay? And what would I like to show? So I would like to show maybe the Eiffel Tower. Okay, I would like to show the Louvre Museum. I would like to show, let's say, the Champs-Élysées. And I would like to show the Latin Quarter. So Latin Quarter, right? Now, come back to the rubric, right? And we look at it, and the idea was in the requirements, when you look at it, it says you want to build a structure of your app using the skills from the Miwok app, and you want to have like multiple screens, and you have the liberty of saying, do I want to use a view pager combined with fragments, or I just want to show it as a list, right? So it's very flexible. You're not like tied into any kind of specific requirement. So the key point here is to understand the data. So how are you going to show this, right? So once again, let's forget about the codes. This is not an important part. The code is just an abstraction. It's something to put into a machine, right? What's very important is design. Always, design is very important. That's the most important thing in software engineering, is your design. Languages come and go. That's not important. That's a technicality. So let's look at the concepts, right? When we look at the descriptions, right? Okay. One of the ways that I do things, right, is like when I go through a requirement, so when I look at the requirement, I say, okay, I go through the text and I look at the keywords. So for this project, you will be making a tour guide app. Okay, this is an app with multiple screens. Okay, so this is maybe a good point to note. So key points, multiple screens. Okay. Multiple screen. The idea here is just to do a brain dump. Don't think too much about, like, you'll come back and refine it. This is an app with multiple screens, each of which lists a kind of attraction for a given city. Okay, so list of attractions. Okay, so list of attractions. Okay, cool. So list of attractions for a given city, national park, historical monument. That's fine. For instance, an app focused on Mountain View would have restaurants and headquarters. That's fine. Once you've decided on the location you'd like to show off, you'll want to build a structure of your app. Using the skills from the Miwok, you'll make multiple screens, each containing a list. Okay, so we need to have lists. So let's do that. List of attractions. There should be lists. Okay, then you may choose to use explicit intents to move between activities, or you may choose to use a view pager combined with fragments. Okay, so you can just say view pager or activities intents. Okay, cool. Next, you'll fill in those lists with list items populated using a custom adapter. It makes sense for some lists to include information such as phone numbers. So this is important, right? So business hours and photograph, right? So I'm just gonna like be lazy here a bit and just copy this and come here. So this is already giving us a good start, right? In terms of like what could be required from the project. So these words now, the reason why I've typed these words is that now they're going to give us one key thing is that they're going to start to flesh out our first classes and constructs to help us. Okay. Now look at the keywords here. The list to include information such as phone number, business hours, but for others, it may make more sense to have a photograph too, right? So what could be a good name? So for example, here, a good name could be for a concept that I'm trying to show, list of attractions. Well, indirectly, I think that the requirement itself has kind of stated, one of the elements, right? So we might have a class. So here I'm going to say classes. These are your models, right? So I would say, hey, attraction could be a good class to model, to model this, to use a class called attraction to model this concept of a particular attraction. Now, if this class is attraction, you can see that I should have a concept of a phone number in it. I should have a concept of business hours in it, right? I should maybe also have an address concept, although it's not asked, but maybe it could be a good thing to add. Some of them you can say that it could have a photograph, for example, right? So here I could have a photograph list. So a list, because maybe you want to show multiple photographs, right? So let me give you an example, and for the time being, let's keep it simple. Let me just say photograph, path. So a path on the phone to the photograph, for example, right? So this is my abstract concept. So this is an abstract business concept, modeling what the requirement is, right? So if we go back to the requirement, it says, you'll make a tour guide app. There's an app with multiple screens. So let's say, for example, the user, so this is where I'm coming back to what I was saying to you earlier, right? Is that you might want to maybe create mocks first to see how are we going to, do the layout of this project, like of this app, like how will it work exactly, right? So I might want to create, first, like when you click the application, I might want to show, let's say, the title first. So in the first, I might have the title at the start. So here, if I have layout section here, I might have like the title, and below the title, I want to maybe show, I don't know, a list of attractions here, right? So in my layout, if I want to show the title here, which might be something like Paris tour guide, right? I already know. So what I'm, by having this layout, I could just add, this is going to be my main activity. And this activity is going to show me a title, and it's going to show me a list of attractions, right? So I already know that now a second class that I will create now here is I'm going to have a main activity that will extend, app compact activity to have, better support for older Android devices, for example. So that will be one of the other classes that I might need to create. Now, list of attractions. So I will have, Eiffel Tower. So let me just quickly, just copy this and then come back here and then say, okay, so these are the different elements that I have for my app. And I might just click on one of these elements, click on element here. And so I already know that I might need to show here potentially a recycler view, for example, right? I might need to use a recycler view here, or I might just need to use a list view here of the possible things. Now, with that said, I will now need to create a list of attractions. So indirectly, you already know that you will be needing to create a list of attraction like this. For example, in your code, new array list, for example, right? So remember, I said to you the goal of this exercise here in this project is not to hook up with a database or something like that, but is to just write a simple application, and then it's okay maybe to write your data into a file or just hard code it into your data source class to provide you with that data. So in this case, you could just say list attraction list new array list of attractions here, right? And then in your list here, you could potentially just add here, say list dot add new attraction here, right? Now, when you would add the new attraction here, remember the attraction, we had defined the class up front here. You would have a concept of phone number, business hours, address, and some of your, attractions might not have business hours. Some might have it, some might not. So then it will be up to you to kind of like say, okay, do I need to use an attraction class? Maybe I need to create an abstract, attraction class, right? Well, an abstract attraction class, and then you can have concrete classes like Eiffel Tower attraction extends, and then extends attraction, right? And then you could have your Louvre Museum, right? And that's also a way to do it, but then it will depend because on how you want to structure your code. So one way could be then to keep it simple first, to say, you know what, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to stick with my attraction. And if some of my attractions don't have some data points, then they will be just blank. And I'll make sure that I'm going to check for those blank elements before showing them. Otherwise, I might get a null pointer exception or something like that, right? So try to keep it simple at first, and then over time you will evolve the code. Now, obviously, having tests that could be very helpful, but yeah. So I'm just quickly coming back to the questions here. So I was wondering, for this app, since we need pictures, do we need to have X versions of it for HDMI and such? So that's a good question, Ryo-san. And I would say yes, you absolutely do need that. You need that because if you're so one of the things is that, like, when you use app compact activity, your point is, so in case you guys haven't seen what app compact activity is, it's basically to have support for previous, so if you look at this code, I hope you can see the screen clearly here, but you can see that here we have, in the build.gradle, we're importing the support library called app compact. And the reason for why we do this is that we need to have support for previous Android versions, such as like ice cream sandwich and things like that. So in that case, what happens is that if you're supporting older devices, just remember one thing, right? If you look at when you're creating a new virtual device, you can see the sizes of these screens, right? So if you don't create resources, someone that is going to be able to install on their Galaxy Nexus, which was first introduced with ice cream sandwich, and when you use app compact activity, chances are, depending on what you have selected in your minimum target here in the build.gradle here right there, you see min SDK version. So 15, it was just immediately after ice cream sandwich. So I think that was Jelly Bean potentially maybe. So if you look at Jelly Bean devices, you know, you are still going to be dealing with devices that have like some very small screens, respectively to what we have these days with our 5.7 or 6 inches. You might be dealing with 4.95 and 4.7. But the other main key point here, Ryoko-san, is not about you know, also the screen size. What's really important, guys, here is your DPI. So, and this is where things break. So you can see when you're creating your emulator here, you have these different screen diagonal sizes, but what's really very important is your density. Actually is as important or maybe more important than the size of your diagonal size of your screen. What's more important is your XHDPI, because these correspond to a certain level of density, and depending on which density is, to make really your application look great, it's very, very important for you to be able to provide, you know, resources of the same image in these in the directories. So if I would be creating this Eiffel Tower, for example, you know, app, I would be going into my resources here, and I would definitely be putting in. So I might not go into HDPI because like no one might be using that, but at least MDPI. Sorry, I wouldn't be going for MDPI, but I might be going for HDPI, or even forgetting it all about HDPI, MDPI, because my market would be too small and I might not want to cater for them. I just might want to use XHDPI and then create different resolutions. Now, while this might seem a bit daunting, let's not forget one key point here, right? You have, I think that I can't recall now the name off the top of my head, but you have these Android plugin resource resize, image resize plugin. So you have this image resize plugin. And this is very actually, so there's a very cool plugin. I just can't remember the name of it right now. But you have for Android, I know for IntelliJ you have it, so you have it for Android Studio. You can actually look for this plugin, and what it will do for you is that you can just take one. And so what would be great is that you create your highest DPI image resource, and then so that can be more easily downgraded to a lower resolution, and this plugin will automatically create all of the different resolutions for you. So I will look. The name I just can't think of it right now, but I will look it up. I'll find it for you, and I'll just post it later on for you into the channel for the plugin. And just quickly checking if it's maybe in one of these or not, but it's the C# one, but might be in here. But there was this great plugin, I just can't unfortunately remember it. No, it's not here, but let me look it up during the break, and I'll come back to you. But that would be the best, you know, thing to do, because that way is just quick and easy, and it's fast. So I'm just gonna stop sharing. So is there any tool to convert the image for all those formats? Yes, absolutely, Ryoka-san. There is a plugin for that, and I will get back to you on that if you haven't found it before. So highly recommended, because that it is a bit of a, you know, you can open GIMP, or, you know, get GIMP on Windows, on Mac OS, or on Linux. You can get GIMP is just like a open source Photoshop. And it's it just takes a bit of time. It's a bit tedious to go and manually, you know, resize. So the plugin will just automatically do for you. Just be mindful. Create just the highest DPI at the time that can be supported by any Android device. Create that resize resource and then give it to the plugin, so that the plugin will have a better time downgrading than upscaling, and where you'll reduce quantity and lose quality basically of your image. I hope that makes sense. So yeah, so if there's no other question, I'll just try to go back to what I was discussing about previously. And let me just quickly share my screen again. There we go. So quickly just go back to the code. So the requirements were the following. So you would start thinking about, okay, so I need to maybe create these main activities. I have my list of attractions, and I have these array lists, and in the array list, I'm going to put this attraction object. So now the attraction object, as you can see, we'll have what we said that we would have a phone number here. So your constructor might take a phone number here as a parameter. And then it might take in, some kind of concept of how you're going to represent business hours, right? And these could just be timestamps, or maybe not timestamps, but you could just use that as a string, or a business hour could maybe be represented just as, hour, minute, so numbers like this hour and minute, just simple ints. Up to you to like really, how you want to do that. An address here. Now, let me come up. So, and this would be like a string, so path to the photo, right? Path to the photo. Now, one interesting thing that you can also do is that maybe an address is a complex element, right? Because an address, if we break down the address further, right? What is an address? So it's a street number. So it's a number first, right? Number of street name, right? And it's by the way, I didn't just quick checking again. I'm hoping you can see my screen again. Just please, just send me a couple of messages quickly to say, hey, I'm not seeing my. If you can't see my screen, otherwise I'll just, accept the fact that you can see my screen. So just quickly, okay. So, Beat Rizzo Vegero is asking me, final Android resizer works perfectly. I've used it many times. I installed the GIMP plugin, but I must admit I didn't use it. Okay, fair enough. Well, it's good to know. Thanks for the information. So that might be something that you want to look into, Ryoko-san. That might be the name of the plugin. I don't recall it being that, but yeah. Fantastic. So I'll try to see if I can find the other one. It might be this one. I'm not sure anymore. So coming back to how you would have designing this app, right? So address, right? So now the address is a complex, object potentially. So what could you be doing here, right? So you could also have a zip code, and then you have like the town, right? So we're going to pretend, obviously, this is a tour guide for Paris. So the country is indirectly France. It's understood. So, but the towns, of course, are all going to be different and stuff like that, right? So, see, if I look at this address now, well, there are two ways I could represent this, right? One way would be 1234 Rue du Général, for example, and the postcode would be 75016, and the town would be Paris, for example, right? And that would be Paris. And so you can see that like these are all my different 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you pass this and as a string, that would be absolutely acceptable. So two ways to represent this address would be option one would be plain string variable, and you could just stick that whole variable, and that might not be an elegant way for you to maybe extract the information. Another way, maybe that would be, I would prefer this way personally, would be create an object type, so type class. So type class, I'm using these here for the time being invertedly, so you can just invert them, replace them, so they're doing the same thing. So create an object of type or class address here, right? And then this address class would in return have like 4 fields. It would have the number of the road, the number of the street, for example. Then it would have your street name and whatnot. So it's really up to you how you would number and how you would want to design that. I think this would be more elegant. The reason why it would be more elegant and more easier for you later on is that in the UI, when you would want to go and extract and show in your text view, for example, and you would want to bind to the text view and extract that information, if you represent in your object, your attraction object, if you represent your data like this, then how are you going to extract, let's say, the zip code, right? So what you might be then doing is I'm going to call the string here. So if this was your string object, you will be then doing something like along the lines of split here like this, and you want to split on, you know, a comma, which would work then because this will then return you an array of string objects, you know, tokens here like this, and then you would have to remember, oh, I should be very wary that, you know, string zip code is going to be tokens, and I'm going to go, this would be the first index 0, 1, and 2. So this would be 2 here. And the day you then suddenly forget and you just add another element here, right? And let's say that number would be now also optional, let's say, just before the zip code, you would add another, you know, line here to say community. So this would be in Ile-de-France, for example, which is like the bigger region which Paris belongs to. Now suddenly your 2 now should become 3, but then if you don't have unit tests or something like that, and you're going to run this code, immediately your application will bomb out because it'll have a null pointer exception throwing, or actually it will silently work, and rather than now showing you a zip code, it will show you a string depending on what kind of variable type you have used in your code. But if you're expecting a number, which normally a zip code is, then you will just have a number format exception that will be thrown, and then of course that will break. So this is maybe more, you know, tricky and has more flaws or points of disruption or where it can fail. Whereas if you're using a nice POJO that represents the concept of an address, then you'll just have a getter to say get zip code, and that'll be it, right? And you know that even if you add 15 more attributes to the concept of address, your getter will always return you the zip code with the right type. So that would be one way to do that. So now, you know, I would, if I look at my constructor here of attraction, then, you know, you would now not use string anymore. You would introduce a new class called address. So here you would have, you know, a new class called address that you would also generate, right? So this is like kind of the way you tackle the problem and you approach it, right? And so if you wanted to go further and say, okay, now how do I represent these objects? So we saw that it would be the list of a list of attraction, okay, in my main screen, because my main screen would be showing the title and then a list of attractions. So let me just quickly see if there are any questions. How is it working? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Could you, Vima Sulo, can you like maybe rephrase your question, or I'm not sure like what you mean by what is 30, okay. So I'm not sure like what exactly you were referring to, like how they're working. So if you can just like maybe re-ask your question, rephrase it a bit, so I'm not sure. So coming back to this, you know, now one thing that, and this comes back to understanding also data structure of how important it is to understand that is there a difference between, like, let's say you saw in the code here, I wrote new array list, right? What difference, or if any difference, would it have made if I would have used a set rather than a list? So, and I would have said new hash set here, right? To represent and add in here my attractions. Now, one thing of interest for you to know is that, for example, like an array list is an ordered list. So the order in which you add elements is the order in which you're going to iterate over them. But for example, in a hash set, which a hash set, if, for example, is to have a collection of only unique objects, okay? And I can maybe cover how we specify something as unique. So a collection of unique objects, when you iterate over a set, the order changes all the time. So for example, if you don't mind that every time someone's going to launch your application, for example, they might see the list in a completely unordered way. So first time the Eiffel Tower might come up as a first element, and the next time it might come in as a last element. If you're okay with that, then maybe you might want to use a hash set, because it will give you something for free, like unique objects, and you know that you will not be able to add 2 attractions that represent the Eiffel Tower, for example, but then you'll have to deal with an inconsistent, you know, order of elements, and you can maybe work around that by still using a set, but then you might want to use a new linked hash set object, which in that case will give you the property of being able to have unique objects inside, but also guaranteeing for you the order in which to iterate in the order always in which the elements were inserted. So this is where it all comes back again to data types and data structures, sorry, how key and how important they are, because they're going to help you write more elegant and more efficient code. So the more you know about them, and you know which ones exist and how you use them, the more, maybe the less code you'll have to write in your Android application, and the more efficient and memory efficient, especially, your application will be. So Vimasula, the resizer that we were talking about was to continue to bounce back on the question that I believe was asked by Ryoko-san, was that, you know, when you are dealing with applications, when you're writing an application for different handsets, and of course, like we saw earlier, there are many handsets in the market with different HDPI, so meaning that different resolute densities. So you can see like the Nexus 5X, the 6P, or even the Pixel phones, they all have different DPIs. You need to be able to provide different size, the resolution densities, resources that you will be putting into your drawables or your HDPI folders, because the different densities will have an impact on how your screens are made. Your visual artifacts are shown on the screen. So your image resources, for example. So if you don't provide different sizes of densities, and you just, let's say, have made one resources with, I don't know, 512 DPI, let's say, and you copy paste it in all of these folders, or you just keep it only in one folder, then devices with lower screens, of course, will not be able to adapt. So, and it's sometimes tiresome to go and just change the size and the DPIs of the same image over and over again. It's very boring to do. So this is what we were talking about, is that you can just use this plugin that will help you actually to automatically resize and create all the different sizes, the correct sizes of your one resource, and put them in your folder. So that's very helpful. So that's what we were talking about. So we're just coming up to like almost finishing off the first part of this morning session. So what I would, suggest is that we're going to take a break right now, and we're going to be back like in approximately 15 minutes, and we're going to continue up till 2 p.m. then with maybe another break, I guess. And that will just enable me to kind of go and grab a drink, and we'll continue. So like in the meanwhile, once again, the purpose of this hackathon really is for us to be able to help you as much as possible on any kind of technical questions you have in terms of where you're stuck right now in your project, so that maybe by the end of this weekend or early next week, you're able to, complete and submit this project. So the idea would be like, if you're blocked in anywhere in your code, or your code is not working, or anything else, feel free to, give me the link to your GitHub repo, so I can just have a look and maybe tell you what might be wrong, or if I have time, I can just check out your code and run it and see where it's failing. Or you can just, go on to pastebin.com, the link that I pasted, previously last night, I believe, or you can just go here on pastebin.com and just, if you don't have your GitHub access or whatever, you can just copy paste your code, and just please remove any kind of, if you have any kind of API key or anything personal, just remove it from your code that you're going to paste. And then that will generate a link. Just give me the link, and I can go and see and kind of like see where the code is. Or if you want just some kind of review of your code, then feel free, just take advantage of the moment right now of this hackathon, that I can help you potentially, hopefully, on any questions you might have. And if not, then we're just going to take a break now, and I'm going to continue on the designing part of how you could design this, and how you could maybe further what kind of data structures you could use. So, and please, like during the break, just feel free of, if you think that, you're not getting out something what you wanted, please really put into the Slack or PM me anything specific that you want me to cover, or something what your expectation is for this hackathon, and maybe I'm not like fully catering to this expectation, so then maybe in the second part I can just rework a bit my approach, and then maybe provide you more with the information that you're looking for. So please don't hesitate. Just this is a more of like a interactive group session kind of thing, and please don't hesitate. The whatever you're going to put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. So please feel free to to participate. Thanks a lot. So I'll just be pausing the live stream right now, and just in 15 minutes times, 11:45, please tune in back again, and we'll just pick up from where we left off, and we'll just keep on designing the traction class and things like that. All right. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. You guys are still here. So we're starting back on the session in terms of in design where we left off. So I'm just quickly going to go and have a look at the questions. Okay, so I believe that Petroida is having a problem with her image. So you're having a problem if you change the format from JPEG to PNG. So Petroida, I don't know if you're on like viewing also the live session right now, but I would recommend that please let me know if you're doing, but it would seem that your R, so the R file that you have, so Android creates this R Android kind of lookup file that binds all the resources together with the code. And maybe your resource, because the extension you change the name, then the r.drawable or .r.id, and then the name of the file also changed. And it's possible that you have to now maybe clean your project and rebuild it so that you can find a new reference with the new name of your file, of your image file. So I would recommend that you do a clean, a Gradle clean, and then a Gradle build from directly within Android Studio in the Gradle plugin or from the command line. And let me know if I'm hoping that you're hearing me, and please give me a message in the channel if you have any issues with that, and then I can maybe go into more details on how to do that. So, so I'm just looking at the other questions quickly. So you were trying to add the icons to the tabs from the view pager, okay, but I did not manage to have it like icon name. All right, okay, so I'm not too sure in terms of that, how that API works. I could definitely have a quick look as into how would you have, my guess is on the view pager, it's like when you're adding the tab for the fragment, the view pager will also have that ability where you can specify the resource of, so the icon basically, and that icon has to be also like in your resource folder, your drawable or your HDPI, XX HDPI folder, so that you can refer to it. And obviously the file name has to be the same in all of the folders, so that when you change densities, the code is the same, referring to that file. And I'm going to quickly also check on why, on how you would do that. So one way, I'm just quickly checking also on Stack Overflow if you have validate that option. So apparently, like it seems like on the action bar, so the action bar, you can like set the drawable apparently. So on the action bars where the tabs will be defined, you might have a method set icon. So you might want to try that, Ryoko-san. You might, and if you can actually like show me some code, like I said previously, like if you guys can like maybe link to a paste bin or to your repo, a direct link to the class, then that will just like be very helpful so that I can have some context exactly where the code. And if you can tell me like which line might be not working for you, then I might not even have to check out the code, and I can just at least like review it visually and tell you maybe what the problem is. So coming back to the app in terms of design of where we were. So I'm gonna like share my screen again, and take it from there. So let me quickly share my screen with you guys again. Okay, so we stopped basically at the address type object that we would be defining now potentially, because that address type object would be easier for us to deal with, specifically when we would be extracting data points and then we would be binding them to the UI element like text view and things like that, so that we would avoid any kind of parsing and that might create problems later on. So I touched up also on some basic data structure that's into like how would you want to like show your screen to begin with, right? So if you would be like wanting to maybe see this list of elements like this, I was referring to the fact that you will need to use maybe a list view in this case. So if our first screen was just to say, let's say title Paris tour guide and then list of attractions, then what you would need to have in the first instance in your resources, let me see if I can show you quickly also actually by creating such a layout. So I'll just call this main, let's say, for example. So what you would need to do in this instance is that you would start to say text view here, right? And then we would put our title here. So we'd have our text view object. We have our linear layout set to vertical so that elements are going to go one after the other underneath in a stacked manner. And then in the next element right here, you would have list view, and you would just add it here. So when it would load, obviously, if we saw the design like this immediately, and if for example, I put in tools text here to give a bit of context. So if I said Paris tour guide, right, value, you can see that when you look at my screen here, I'm going to check if you guys are following, or I'm hoping that you guys can like see my screen. You would obviously think about that. If you ran this, you can see like there's almost no margin between the elements. So that's something also that you should like be wary about. It makes things very flush and clean. You would want to then like kind of put in some padding here. So you could just like, go into your element here and say, hey, look, I want to add some padding here. So just say padding. And then I would just like put in some kind of DP value here. Obviously, like if you want to specify this in a dimensions file, that's even better, because in that way, all your dimensions are like in one place and you can just like, pick them up from there. But like if I just say padding of 7 dp, 5 dp here, so then you can see that it has drawn a nice little padding around, which makes the UI look a bit cleaner. So let me just increase that. You can see that now there's a gap. There's a better gap between the P and the border here. And then here in my list view, we would now be adding, the different elements here to be shown. Now, this is the part where it might become a bit interesting here in terms of design, is that you saw that when we were talking about design, is that if in your list view you want to show all your different attractions, remember there's an order, right? So if you want to preserve the order, you want to use ordered data structures such as array list, for example. Like hash set is an unordered data structure. It does not preserve the order of iteration. And I would also recommend you guys go and have a look at the documentation always. Like, be curious, right? This is very, very important. I would highly recommend you guys to be, to be curious about how something is designed, how something is working. So I'm just going to like reuse just the hash set directly of the Java project, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be very, very similar to the core. I'm just trying to see if I can find the documentation here. For some reason, I do not have access to the source files, which is a bit unfortunate. So let me quickly see if I can get it from here. No, I cannot. So let me Java hash set documentation. So one thing I would really recommend you guys is to like go out, have a look always, to the documentation, and then just read, always read the documentation, because it will help you better understand like what is the implementation specifics of the class. And you can see here, for example, the hash set. It says it makes no guarantees as to the iteration order of the set, right? It does not guarantee that the order will remain constant over time. So this is what I was stating to you earlier. Like if you wanted to, for example, show here like the list of now elements inside this list view, if for some reason you wanted to guarantee that your attraction class objects are unique, just know that if you use this kind of collection in your adapter for this list view that you wanted to show here, then the adapter whose role is to go and get the individual items that are going to be fed to the list view, so that which will draw all of these items. Your adapter will then need, so you're going to provide your adapter to the list view, right? And that adapter will have some kind of backing data structure. So if in your adapter you are going to use a hash set, then just know that your order will be weird all the time. And in that case, you might want to use an array list, for example. And so that's one thing. So when we were looking at the spec, right, we said multiple screens, list of attractions. There should be a list, okay, per attraction. And now the interesting part is, so let's say now we have, this is our layout. So we have our main activity and we have a list of attractions here, okay? And these were my attractions. Okay, so this is a UI right here, let's say, for example, here. Now let's say imagine that the UI is shown here, and the UI has, so let me just take this away. And so this is our UI here, okay? And now imagine this is our UI, and these are the elements in the list. And let's say you click on this element here, Eiffel Tower, right? So where will this go? So this will take you now, and this is where I was coming back again to the mocking. So this opens a new activity, right? And then this is where you're going to see, we can call this attraction detail activity. And this now brings up the concept of a new class here. So you know that you already had main activity, and now you'll have attraction detail activity, and app compat, whatever. And it's not clear, your screen. Oops. I hope that it's not clear. I'm just hoping that maybe it was just a glitch for a while, and now it should be okay. Can you please tell me that you can see my screen? I hope. Can you guys, if you're seeing my screen, can you just let me know if you guys can see it clearly? Okay, fantastic. Thanks for confirming, Yoga-san. So, so coming back to, like, if initially you had done your mock would have given you, like, maybe, with your title of Paris tour guide and your list of attractions, and you would just like maybe add elements in it and say, okay, Eiffel Tower, Louvre Museum, Champs-Élysées, whatever. And then you're going to click on this. This is going to take an attraction detail activity. So now you're going to create a class called attraction detail activity. Okay, so that's great. Now let's say if you're going to be designing now this attraction detail layout here. So how would that work, right? You argue. So this attraction detail layout might have, so this attraction detail layout might have also might have a title here with a title that's specifying, the Eiffel Tower, for example. That would be your title. So you have a text view for that. And then underneath now, you would have maybe, let's say, a description, right? You'd have a description here section, and then below it, you would have then, the different elements of an attraction. So maybe you'd want to show the time, so business hours, and you want to show the address, and then you might want to show maybe transport links, for example, right? Now, this is where the interesting part comes in as to data structures again, right? So you agree that for the time being, we had said that there was like no database involved. We might have just hard coded into an object that's supposed to provide us with these these attraction information, already provided. Oh yeah, okay. Vimasulo, are you still having problems in terms of seeing it? It might be your connection. I don't know. Maybe your internet connection is having. Can you just let me know again if you're having a problem? I think that Ryoko-san can see it, so I'm guessing that it's okay. I'll just continue, but keep me posted, Vimasulo. That I'm hoping that it's maybe better. It was just a temporary, maybe internet glitch on your end. So now the interesting part when it comes, so let's say that we had some kind of factory that was giving us these attraction objects with the data inside them already set for each type. So you remember that like when we were saying that we were using an array list, let's say, because we wanted to keep the order of iteration consistent so that every time a user launched the application, the user would see the same order of entries in the list, right? Now, the interesting thing is that if we have added now that list, there's many ways to tackle the problem of the details. So your question would now be, when a user has clicked at this point, you might want to be, so here, most likely what's going to be happening here is that you're going to be creating an intent here, right? So you're going to be creating an intent from here, from main to detail activity, right? From main to detail activity, and you might be passing in the intent, like a payload in the intent, like a property setting, passing in property, which might be, the name of the attraction, right? Of the attraction. So you will see that because now you need to very specifically pinpoint the attraction in the list that you had. You need to now have some kind of service, maybe, right, that you will need to share between the attraction detail activity and the main activity. Because when the main activity started, let's say that you had some kind of helper class that provided you with all of the 4 attractions, right? So generally speaking, so let's take a step back here from a design point of view, right? What happens in Java, you have a design pattern. So I'm just gonna, all right, Enzo. What I would advise to you maybe is, can you just like close maybe your browser and just restart it maybe? Maybe that would help, Enzo. So one thing that will be of interest to you guys is to have a look at this, is the factory design pattern, right? This is a very interesting design pattern, and once again, I would really highly recommend all of you eventually. I'll just post the name of the book again, because this is I really like this book a lot. It's a very, like I said, it's a fun book. It gets you straight to the point in a very efficient way, and explains you very clearly the concept of the most important design patterns that you're going to encounter. So, for example, in Android up till now, in your code, you must have seen a lot of concept of callbacks, right? So, for example, when you're creating maybe a cursor loader, you would have seen that whenever you're using a loader manager, you have to like implement a class that is going to be a loader callback, for example, right? So this is, for example, something that is like the double dispatch pattern, or it's also the dispatch pattern, or to a certain extent can also be called the observer design pattern. So obviously, if you're not familiar with these design patterns, Android will look a bit more cryptic to you, or things will just not be clear, and you might just think that, okay, this is just the way it is, and it's just maybe some kind of Android magic. And actually, there is no magic. Android is just built on, on OOP, object-oriented, programming design principles, which are themselves built on basically the design pattern. So to give you guys a bit of history, right? The Gang of Four, you know, wrote a book, which is it's basically a very, very important book in the computer science world. It's called the Eric Gamma Design Pattern Book. It's a very good book. Also, it's a bit of a terse book. I think it's very like, it's not as maybe entertaining and like maybe visual as the other book that I mentioned to you earlier. But you can also have a look at this book. It's a very small book. It will show you all of the basics, design patterns, and I can tell you that all of the major applications, Java applications made in the world today, and including Android, are heavily using patterns that are in this book. So to further, maybe to give a bit more color to your understanding and your perspective on Android, you might want to read this book. And I would highly recommend that eventually, when you do find time, is to definitely read this book once you have cleared the understanding in terms of procedural programming and the likes, and understanding all the control flows and stuff like that. And when you start getting into OOP, I would highly recommend that alongside, as you're learning Java and OOP, definitely read every time like a chapter or two per week, to kind of like starting to let this information sink in, because these are like very important. I would still prefer the first one, the head first design pattern, than this book. Although this book is really it's a very, very important book in the literature of computer science. So coming back to now the factory design pattern, I was saying, one of the things that you could do, that we could do here, let's say, so if we had a main activity and we had also the attraction detail activity, we said that like when we would start the main activity, we would get our list. So we would get this title, right? We get the title, and then we would get all these list elements inside here with our entries. So I'm not sure if I could just like add like like if there's a tool, just like there's a text tool, could there be like some kind of data that I could add maybe in there? But it's not that important. So you'd have like a list of all the attractions here. At this point, this list of attractions should be provided some way to the application, right? So you could potentially write maybe a factory here. So you could create a class called attraction factory, right? This would be your class. So let me try to like implement this class a bit to give you a bit more understanding, like how exactly would this work, right? So let me actually even go into the proper code here and show you like how we might maybe create this class. So attraction factory, right? Now, one of the things here is what you would do is that you would create this. So let's insert a constructor here, and once the constructor is there, what you would want to get is, for example, public, right? List, right, of attractions. Okay, so you want to get a list of attractions. That's what we said in our requirements, right? You would get a list here of attractions. So list of attractions here, and we specified that we would be using, I think I just deleted those lines a bit earlier, but this was the idea where, so if I just look at my local history and try to bring those back, I can just look at this here, and where did I put it? Okay, it doesn't matter. So basically, we would be returning a list of attractions. So you could just say public. So we want to maybe just generally speaking, a lot of the factory class method calls are static in nature. So we say public static meaning that you don't want to have to create an instance of this class first before being able to access the methods. You want to be able to refer to the class type directly and just call a method. So it's a very procedural way of doing things rather than an OOP way of doing things. So you would say list. So you'd say list of attractions. You'd say just, for example, get attractions, right? And then this would return you the list. So you'd create a list of attraction here. So attractions, new array list, right? Of attraction. And then you just say return attraction. So obviously for the time being right now, these would be empty. So you're going to create a class called attraction here. And here, attraction. So remember, like what we said about attraction was that an attraction would have, you know, all of these different elements to it, which would be phone number, business hours, address, photograph path, right? So I'm just like copy this. And this is like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, this is a structure of our attraction, okay? So this is like what it would be. And let's say these would be the fields and we would have getter. So for the time being, I'm not like going too far on this yet. And we will see if requirement, you know, if we do. So I'm just gonna do this, right? So now in my main class, right, what I would be able to do, so, and let's say hypothetically speaking here, just for the sake of argument, we populate here the attraction list. So here, typically what would happen is you would do, you know, attraction, add, right? Just like I showed you earlier. Remember in the requirement document here, I think I deleted it, but I was initially showing that, you know, we would be doing add attraction to the list. So at this point, when the main activity would start, in the main activity code, we would call in onCreate, for example, in the onCreate method, you would say, you know, attraction factory dot get attractions, and you would get a list of attraction, right? And then you would pass that attraction to your adapter and then set that adapter on the list view. And then the list view would show all of the elements. That's fantastic. We're using an array list, right? So the elements, the order of elements are guaranteed. So whatever order in which you would do the adds here, right? In whatever order we would do the adds here, right? So, you know, if this was, let's say, the Eiffel Tower, right? So let me actually let me do this. I'm going to create a constructor with whatever. So this is the attraction name, let's say, attraction name. And what I'm going to do here is basically that I'm going to go into the requirement here, and I'm just going to copy these values here. And then here, I'm just going to do this, just delete that and delete this. I'm just going to copy these, and then I'm just going to do this. So I'm just going to do this like that, right? And then just paste. What happened here? What happened here? Oh, that's why. I went a bit too far in my selection. Strange. What's happening? So I've got one more here. So it shouldn't be doing this. This is strange. Anyway, so basically the idea is that we would just get this, and then, you know, each of these values would be here. So I'm just gonna say the Louvre, and then this would be Champs-Élysées, and then this would be the Latin Quarter. And basically, right, at this point, because I'm using a list now, all of our entries here would be in the right order every single time. But look at where the reason why I'm showing you this and stressing on this is that we've created this factory and everything. Let me just quickly check if there are any questions. Okay, cool. So we would be, when we would get into the attraction detail now, so look at what would happen, right? At this point, when we get into the attraction detail activity, because we clicked on the Eiffel Tower entry in our in our resource file, like in our list here. So let's say the first entry here was Eiffel Tower. We clicked on it. What would happen at this point is that in the onCreate, also the attraction detail activity, you would call. So here we would like in onCreate, you would call the factory attraction method, get a factory, call the factory get attractions method, and you would get and get back a list, right? So now the problem here, right? The problem here is that when you would go into the attraction detail activity, you get this list of and then if you look at our declaration, so let's say this has this attraction has all the values like we had mentioned previously, right? It has the name, phone number, all of that, right? How do you go and extract the appropriate attraction? So you would say, well, I would iterate through the list and I would check. So let's say this attraction here would have the attraction name. I'm gonna create let's say just the getter for the sake of argument here. So I'm going to create a getter here. So in the code, so this is our method now, and you could argue that, well, the way I'm going to do this in the attraction detail activity is that I'm going to go into onCreate. I'm going to get all my attractions. So I'm going to get back to my list. So I'm going to have here a list of attraction. And what will happen at this point is that because I have a list of attraction now, I'm going to have, so, from the result, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to loop. So I'm going to go through each attraction here, right? And what you're going to basically be doing at this point is you're going to be doing the following, which is a bit, which is a bit overkill, because you'd be doing this if A, right? If A dot get attraction name, if Eiffel equals the attraction name, right? Then you would just extract at that point here, and then update view, right? Elements with the right value, right? So one thing you saw, because of the data structure choices that we made, where we said that we're going to be getting back a list object from the factory that contains all the data, right? Now we have to do some clunky kind of comparison against the value of the attraction name. Now, one of the downfall of all of this, obviously, is like if you change in the factory the name here, then you have to remember as a developer that I have to go back to wherever in my code I was using that name and update it, right? So you could like counter this with using a constant enum or something like that to make it a bit more scalable, so that you just have to refactor the value in one place and then the change will be done everywhere, right? But still there's a problem, right? If we look at the problem with this list, basically the idea is that, well, right now I just have 4 elements for our requirement. So for this requirement, it's absolutely okay, because there's no point over engineering something if the requirement is not foreseeable, at least, or we can wait up till the point where it is necessary to make the change, because we'll have more information, so we'll make a more educated decision. But you can clearly see that if there were like maybe, let's say, 10,000 elements, or let's say even 1,000 attractions in this list, which could be possible if you're doing a fully blown commercial app for a city like Paris. It's highly possible to have even more than that. Doing every time a comparison, what if Eiffel Tower was, for example, the last element here, right? And there were like 99 more elements, and this was like the 1,000th element. So that means now you'd have to go and iterate through every single element before you could get to that. So obviously on your phone, if you have like a more the latest, Snapdragon, whatever, octa-core, whatever, and it might be fast, you're still going to burn battery life for no good reason, and it will take time. But you might be still fast, but on older phones, then you might be killing the battery. It might be a bit more sluggish. So this is where you see that the power of data structure can help you. Is that you could argue that, well, actually, I might not want to use an array list, but maybe it would make sense for me to have a string attraction dictionary, or also called a map in Java parlance. And then you could just say, attractions map here, just for the sake of example. And we would just create a hash map rather than using an array list. And now the hash map, in terms of retrieving element, is constant time. So this is O of 1, in time complexity, which is also a very important concept in computer science when we want to understand what would be the repercussion of choosing a certain data structure, and it's in terms of when you're interacting with it, in terms of reading and altering its structure when you're doing inserts or removes. So all data structures are not equal in that respect. Some are better suited for reads, some are better suited for inserts and deletes. So it's for you as a developer to know from a business point of view that maybe in this code of mine is 90 or 80% read and 10 and 20% alteration, so insert and update. So 80, because the vast majority of your action is going to be reading, you're going to prefer data structures that give you fast read time, even though they might not have a great insert, delete, basically alteration kind of access time when you do those kinds of actions on the data structure. So if we, for example, swapped our array list for a hash map, so now what you would have is the power of getting a map that can be binded in the following way. So I'm just going to do one example here with the Eiffel Tower. I would say Eiffel, so I would say Eiffel here. So because I just called it Eiffel earlier. So, and here I would just say new attraction, right? So just the way that we had the attraction object here, and rather than putting it, I'm just putting it straight into the map here with so this is Eiffel, for example. And obviously, like, this is for the sake of example, but here the attraction object would have the address, the business hours, and all that, right? Now, contrast, look at the difference between iterating through, and now let's say this thing is not returning a list anymore, it's actually returning a map. So in this case, this would be returning a map here, so you don't have a list anymore. We get constant time in terms of access. So when we would come here now, we wouldn't need to do this anymore. In your detail activity, you would just get directly from the saved bundle here, the bundle that you get as an argument in onCreate, you would just be able to extract, as the attraction name. Just quickly checking that everyone, there's no problem. Okay, I'm hoping that you guys are just hoping I'm not talking like without you being able to see this. So here you have the attraction name, and here what you can do very easily is then from the bundle, you just get your property, and I don't know the specifics exactly now, the method calls, but let's say you just got your property here, and the key would have been attraction name that was selected, right? So when you would have selected here on click on element, you would have put a set a listener in the adapter, right, of your list, saying set on click listener, and you would pass in the name of this element that was selected. So let's say here would be Eiffel, and then in the detail activity, you would just get back the name of the attraction, and now it's not a list anymore, but we're getting a map of string attraction, right? And now we have literally gone from an O of n time complexity, which was, so this had an O, big O notation. So this is something also you should be looking into as you will grow your expertise as a developer. you want to be looking at understanding the big O notation, which is a very important concept also, you know, in computer science when you are trying to evaluate the value of a data structure for a specific task at hand. And these are like questions also, like as you're doing this certification, this preparation of to become Android developers, eventually you will go into the industry, and I hope you guys will get some great jobs. And but when you'll be interviewing, right, for these positions, then you would be asked you know, technical questions, and they will not necessarily all be Android related. A lot of them might just be on pure design questions, because at the end of the day, you need to understand that it's Android and you're using an Android framework, we're still in the realm of object-oriented programming, and for that you need to understand the OOP principles, and it's important to then understand like the general you know, the general ideas that are in object orientation programming, and there's time complexities and many other things. So time complexity is something that, you know, recruiters, like other developers who are interviewing you, they like to have, you know, to work with people who have some good grounding in computer science, and is fundamental to kind of understand these this concept of big O notation, because it enables you to measure the value of a data structure. So thing is that if you go back to now, as I was showing you, so there's a website I'm going to share with you, because it's a great website. So if you just go here, Big O cheat sheet, this is a great reference. I would highly recommend you guys to bookmark this, because the person who made this, he did something really awesome here. He kind of like summarized in a very nice way all the time complexities of the different data structures. So to one of you students that would ask me earlier, like about, you know, data structures, how can I get to know them more? I apologize, I can't remember who asked me that question, but also note that you should definitely bookmark this website and you know, refer to it as often as possible when going through and learning about data structures, because if we just take this example of attractions that we were like right now, you know, talking about, you saw that in our initial example, we were using a list, for example, right? So if we just looked at, so just to make sure, like here, if you just looked at a list, so typically the way we were using it, it would be fair to say that it was an array, because a list, you could also access it by index. But the problem is that your index, you do not know what it is for, in the case that we were dealing with. So you can see that in the worst case scenarios, the time complexity is O of n, depending on, you know, depending on if your element. So in our example that I gave you, was Eiffel was the 1000th element at the end. So if you had selected Eiffel Tower, and then Eiffel Tower in that factory, when it returned all those values, if Eiffel Tower was the last element, then we would have to go through the n elements, which would be 1000 elements. So the complexity would be O of 1000. Now, if we contrast that with saying that if we had forgotten about that, and we would have gone more with like a hash table or a hash map. So here, I think it has been the same concept of a hash map. The hash map has been put in hash table. So like, just for like the difference between a hash map and a hash table, basically in Java, is the hash table is synchronized in its access, so that if you're using it in a multi-threaded environment, it is safe, but the hash map isn't. So that's like one of the key differences between the two. So this was like in the early days of Java, and then hash map came to kind of like improve and remove the synchronization part of it, which was reducing the performance of the code for no good reason, in the scenarios at least that where synchronization was not a problem. So you can see that in terms of access, because if you don't have the index to search an element in the array, you know, you had O of n, so in this case O of 1000. But if you go into the search for Eiffel with an index, you know, you would go to O of 1. That means it's constant and is instantaneous, which is fantastic, right? So in that case, Now your code will take less memory here, because we would be now with the attraction name be able to take out from the result. So we had a map here, right? So attraction map, which was our result, right, that we got back, and then here we would just be able to say attraction map get, and you would just put attraction name, and this would just give us, of one instant, time, and this would be great. So this is also a way, like, things where how you should appreciate, and this is where why data structures are so important. And data structures have nothing to do with Android, right? They're just transversal to any programming language that exists, right? Some programming languages have their own specifics of data structures because inherently under the hood, the language gives you more capabilities. So the data structure will be more powerful as compared to some other language where the data structure, there might be still the same equivalent data structure, but it might have less features. So this is also something very important. So, and this would obviously, as you can see, for 1,000 loops, you would just go to one loop, not even a loop, you just go and get the element directly. And at this point, you would, in your detail activity, you would now have here, the Eiffel Tower attraction details, and now you can just go into your on view and bind from Eiffel. You could just get, like we said, get attraction name. I believe that was it was get attraction name, one of the methods, the getters that we had created, and then you would get the name here, string name, attraction name, right? And then all you would do here at this point is at some point you would have a reference to you would have declared somewhere here, your text view variable in this detail activity. So you would have text view attraction, so TV attraction name here, right? And then at that point, and on create view or on create, you would just resolve with the layout inflator, and you would say attraction. You would set the attraction, the TV attraction name from you do like something like layout inflator, inflator, and then whatever, you'd get the reference to that text view element. You would cast it here. And then you would get a tracks, and all you would have to do here, right, is just say TV and dot set text, I believe, and then you just say attraction name, and that's it, right? And then that would give you the way to show the detail activity layout, right? And some quickly, are there any questions here? No, there are no questions. I hope I haven't lost you guys, and I hope you guys are still here. Hope you're not falling off your chairs, bored. Not getting a lot of interaction from you guys. So please, like I said, if you have any questions, or I don't know, I mean, it seems like I'm like 1,000% crystal clear, and everything I'm saying is, there's not raising any questions. So like, please don't feel shy or whatever. Like, please don't hesitate. Just ask me if anything is not clear, or you want to like maybe touch on some other topic. And so at this point, right, you would obviously have in your layout, you would always have, attraction detail layout, right? And so attraction detail, I don't need to add layout. It's implicit that the layout's there. And at this point, right, you would have maybe, so a nice way to help yourself is that you always like use a grid layout here, because it's a very nice, so one thing that you might want to look at is also like a constraint layout, which is pretty cool, but grid layouts, it's even better. So I'm just going to go into the text here, and I'm just going to like swap these elements. So I'm just going to go here, and I'm just going to take this, and I'm just going to remove that. So grid layout, the advantage of grid layout is just that it's much more fine-tuned way of setting the element inside it. It's just, you just have better control, I think. So once you have your grid layout, then you can just like add elements to it. So in this case, we would have our title, so we'd have like a text view here. And then we just have the elements here, and then we would have the different elements here. And here we just like add, 2 column span here, and so column layout, column count. span here, so column count 2 here, and then well, basically you just like add your different elements here in your layout, and then one of the layout elements here would be your, ID would be attraction name, as you know, and then at that point, all you have to do is our ID, get attraction name here, and then you just set, collect it, and then obviously that would put in your detailed view the name of your attraction. So that way now what we have done is that we have improved a bit the performance of the code. We went from O of n to O of 1. We have created also the concept of a factory here, which enables us to very easily access, regardless of which view activity, in which we are, to be able to quickly get access to the attractions full details or the list of elements, and we can access now through a map the elements by going through with the keys. So now we're in a good place where we have flexible code. We have code that's also scalable in terms of access times. So now if we go back to the rubric, right? So so the app contains a list of relevant attractions for location. Okay, so we would have like our four elements in our main activity, which we would be able to click and see their details in the detail activity view. User can navigate between lists using a central screen, so that would be our central screen, and a nav drawer or a view pager. So this would depend. So like if you wanted to use a view pager, for example, and you would go here in the main activity here, and you could add here the view pager element. So the way that works would be that you would have to add the view pager element here, basically then here, the moment you start using a view pager, then obviously you have to break down and use fragments. So now your detail activity, because the whole point of a view pager is to say that I'm going to show tabs here, and then I'm going to be able to flick on the screen left or right and be able to go through all my attractions. So you might have like 4 tabs here, and depending on the style of view pager you use, you can have like all the 4 tabs showing here, or you could just have like the whatever is a main selected tab name appear here, and partially the next tabs will be empty for the first one, and then you'd see partially the name of the second tab, and as you swipe, the name would appear here every time of the attraction. So that's one way of also going about doing that. So you'd add a view pager, but then the moment you start using a view pager or the nav bar, then you have now start using fragments. So I mean, fragments also something very interesting. It was made in for specific reasons and was introduced in the honeycomb version of the operating system. So I don't know if that would be relevant for me to go into that detail of how that works, or shed some light on that. But like I said, if you have any questions on anything, or if you're stuck in your project on anything, just like don't hesitate. Just ask me about. You can ask me about it. So once we would have done that, if you look at the rubric again, so it says each list item contains information about an event, restaurant, historical site, or whatever. So we, in our case here, decided to basically go for the business hours, address, transport links. So all this now is contained within our attraction object right here, that Pojo that we had. So this attraction object now is created, instantiated in our factory. So here, we would populate. So obviously, here it is to be expected that, the constructor here would take multiple parameters, obviously here, multiple parameters, right? And so here there's something else that you might want to try, which would be you could try to create the attraction object class using the builder pattern here. Okay, so this is something else that's very interesting as a pattern that is also used a lot in the Java space and just in general, software engineering and computer science. So you want to be able to builder design pattern. This is also an interesting design pattern. So I'm going to link this to you also. So you might. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, one of those books will help you, or you can find a lot of literature on this. So I'm just going to link to you this link right here. You might want to have a look at this. This is also a very useful pattern and is used a lot. One other book I would definitely recommend to you. There's a fantastic book, and just because it makes me think of this builder pattern makes me think of it. What you want to look at also is look at Joshua Block's implementation of the builder design pattern. Those of you who don't know who Joshua Block is, he's like one of the core developers. So I would say even a senior fellow, I believe now at Google, maybe last time I checked. And he has been a great I would say designer, a part of some core collection libraries in the Java SDK. Great, someone who has done a very milestone, contributions to overall computer science and specifically to the Java world. And he's written really an awesome book for Java language called Effective Java. Now, I just want to make a little caveat here. This is more of an advanced book. It's not necessarily made for beginners, although you can try to read it, but you might not fully appreciate the depth of the book and the lessons that he teaches. But this book is fantastic, and you might just want to take note of this book, and maybe later, maybe a couple of months down the road or later on when you're comfortable with Java, start reading it, because it's a very, very valuable book. I personally have learned a lot from it. And so this book also touches on one part on the builder pattern, and the way he has designed the build design pattern is very interesting. So I would highly recommend that you at least Google how his implementation works, and you'll find a lot of examples on the internet of that. So I'll let you look into that. So one of the things that the builder pattern will enable here to you is that rather than having like some insane amount of parameters in your constructor, you'll have a much more fluent API. By fluent API, it's something that you will also read in the literature, is that you can create like new builder. So the builder represents some kind of class. So here, let's pretend that our attraction has a builder to it. You could create something like this. For example, you could say, set name, and then you would set the name, and then you would just say set address, right? And then you can set the address, and you can just say set whatever, XYZ. And at the end, you would just call build, and this would then return you the object. So it's just a more elegant way of creating an object. And then by default, you can here specify the vital parameters in the constructor of the builder. So that way, you know that the most important, the one that you are obliged to have to be able to use the class effectively, because if you don't have them, the class will not work. You can specify those parameters in the constructor here, and the rest of them can be specified in setters. And at the end, when you call build, it will return you the attraction object at the end. So here, basically, what would happen is that you would get, let's say, some attraction, whatever you have set up in the parameters here, because you called build at the end. So this is just a I would say a norm, or the standard. Like, it's because it's a builder, we named the method build, but you could call it whatever you want. I mean, it's just that generally speaking, it's accepted that we always call the method as build. So yeah, so once you would have done that, so now the code would have become much more flexible, and if we come back to the requirements, in terms of task, in terms of layout, so we've made some progress here in terms of how we've designed things. So for pictures, you'd say at least one list includes pictures of the location. So once again, like your pictures, you would be adding them to your drawables here, for example, or here with your different resolutions, which is preferable. And so let's say if I would be creating an Eiffel Tower picture, I would have an Eiffel Tower picture here with the same name. I would create another picture here with the same name, another one here, et cetera, but all with other different densities corresponding to the densities mentioned in the name of the resource folder. So yeah, what we're going to do now is this: we're going to take another break up till 1 o'clock, and I'm going to be back for the final mile for this morning's session, and then we're going to go off for a 2-hour lunch break, and then we're going to continue this afternoon, starting after around 2 p.m. at 4 p.m. Up till 8 p.m. Okay, so I'm just going to put on hold the live stream now, and we're going to be back in 15 minutes. Okay, I'll see you then. Thanks. All right, folks. So it's like the final hour for the morning session. So we're back. I'm going to go through quickly to the questions. So Enzo, I do not have my example GitHub. I don't have a link yet, but I could. I don't know. I'm not sure I can like fully share all my code with you guys. That's why I'm saying like it's very important for you guys to like be able to ask me questions so that I can address them and like help you out in terms of what the challenges or the difficulties you're facing. Now, it's very important for you guys to like appreciate that it's not that much the submission of the project or, that's not, I mean, of course you have to do it. And that's how you're going to validate the fast track, but, or your nano degree. But it's more important to understand the concept, right? That's what this is all of this is about, right? Is for you to be able to appreciate. So my suggestion to you is like, as you guys are attempting the exercises, right, the project, as you build it, if you realize that it's working but it's clunky or some concept is not fitting in place, that is the most important thing to get straight, right? And this is what this hackathon is all about, right? Is to clarify points. So be it design points, data structures, the Android framework, how to design things, understanding fragments, understanding activities, why use app compat versus the main activity class, for example, and things like that, like, touch on these different points. And I think that's what's more important rather than maybe just looking at an example and see how it works. For you, what's more important is to say, what kind of view should I use? Should I use a recycler view? Should I use a list view? Should I use like a linear layout? Should I use a grid layout? Should I use a constraint layout? Should I use a relative layout? Understanding the pros and cons. Should I use some kind of an external library to be able to set images? Should I just use a default method of setting images? So these are like the most fundamental questions you should be asking, and like, like what kind of adapter should I be using? And, if I wanted to write flexible code and later on switch from a hard-coded data source to a database data source, let's say, then how could I write code in a flexible manner to like, change in isolation in a very easy manner, just a bit of code, so I can use a database and replace the hard-coded data structures with a database, for example. So these are more the questions that you guys, I think, should be asking in this live session, and to make the most of of the session. I don't know. So Matt is asking. So I'm just going to send back the link quickly, just in case he doesn't have it. So this is the main thing, right? So for you guys is we stopped at, so we were looking at the rubrics. I'm just going to start sharing my screen again, and we're going to go through the rubric to see where we were in terms of touching on some of the more, maybe challenging aspects of some of the requirement documents. So we stopped at least include one picture of a location, right? So I just saw that when we were as we were talking about like how we could, so initially we were speaking about the attraction object that we created, that we could have passed in between these detail activities and the main activities, right? And this attraction POJO. So when you read in the literature the term POJO, right, what all this means is plain old Java object. Okay, you'll come across this sooner than later. So a POJO is just simply meaning that it's a simple object that contains only data. There's no business logic whatsoever. That's why we say it's a plain old Java object. So, and ideally, plain old Java objects are good because you just use them as containers, as vessels, basically, if you will, to transfer data between classes, activities, fragments, whatever, right? So we had created this POJO, this attraction POJO that would have like these main data points, including, as you know, as a photograph path, right? So how you would set the photograph path would be typically like, there are two things, right, to consider here. One thing would be like you had downloaded on your phone directly photos, and you might want to like specify those. So that's a whole complete, more involved and complicated example, right? But and that's not what this tour guide app is about, right? This tour guide app is something that's a bit simple and it's focusing more on the concept of clicking, listeners, views, and passing in detailed views and scrolling in lists, right? So the idea in this application was we would specify, you know, we would provide the images for this tour guide app. So for example, in our example, it's Paris, and we have like 4 main attractions here. We have the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre Museum, the Champs-Élysées, and the Latin Quarter, for example. So we would have 4 images. We would most likely take high resolution, high density pictures. We would go and store them in this XXX HDPI, for example, folder. We spoke about a plugin. One of the students posted the name of the plugin that we could use to be able to automatically have the plugin downsize, sorry, and create lower density pictures for all the other density resolutions. So these 4 images having the same name would be replicated in these 4 different folders with a lower density. And then we would have the name of these photos. So each of these attractions, so when we would be creating this POJO, so if this was the Eiffel Tower POJO instance, right? So I'm not saying here that, I'm not talking about the case where we were extending. So I told you earlier that there were 2 ways to tackle this problem, right? We could have just created an attraction class. So we would have different instances of the same class, but with like obviously a different name, right? So there was one field that we're missing here, for example. So we would add, you know, attraction name here, right? Let me quickly see if, okay, so this is good. So you would create different instances of the attraction object, and obviously every time the attraction name would be different. So we would have 4 instances of the attraction type, and each instance would have a different attraction name: Eiffel Tower, Louvre, Champs-Élysées, Latin Quarter, and obviously with the relevant different information. Now, each of them would then have in the photograph path, so we can change this and just say photograph name, because the drawables would be, the pictures would be immediately available because they would be bundled in the APK. So you could just access them by name by using r.id or r.id whatever the name of the image, or drawable also if you decided to put them there. And you could just access those elements, and then you could just associate in one of your layouts. So for example, in the attraction detail layout, if you wanted to put an image here, you could maybe like start with the image here, and you know, you could, for example, very easily add, let's say, a linear layout here first. So we would have a linear vertical layout. We would just add that as at the top of the grid layout, and this would not take, the height would be just wrap content. Otherwise, you know, we would not be able to see the other elements. And then here in the linear layout, you would just, you know, add, let's say, an image view. And then this image view would be in the linear layout. And then let's pretend, I don't know, let's pretend that this is the Eiffel Tower image. And then you would obviously, you know, if you wanted to be a bit fancy, you could, you know, also add another text view here. And then you would just, you know, be able to put it like overlay it with, playing with the gravity and things like that. And you could just like, have the text view overlap the image here and just write the name Eiffel Tower, and that would look nice. And then you could just put in all the remaining details here, for example. So that's for like the part with the images. And and just to be really fully cover the requirement, it says at least one list includes pictures. And that's the same thing. Remember, like the decision we made was that we would be going through. So initially, when we would be looking at the main activity, right, our layout was that we would have a title that would be the Paris tour guide here. And then we would have the list view of attractions, right? So in the list view, remember the list view is given an adapter. The adapter creates the items, which are each entry in the list. So in there, you could have your custom list item here. So you would create something like this. Okay, so I'm creating just one row entry of my list. And here I would just use a horizontal layout because that's how I want my layout to look when I'm going to be showing it in the on the screen. So from vertical, I changed it to horizontal. So that means now the elements are going to be put like this rather than this. So here I would add first an image view, right? So I'm just going to quickly search for it because that is much more easier searching for it. So image view here. So that would be my first element in my. So let's say this would be the image of the Eiffel Tower, let's say, and this is going to be wrap content and wrap content, which is fine. And then I would add a text view, right? And then this would actually be in the linear layout too. And we would put this after the image like that. And then that would be pretty much it, right? So here I would just say this is the Eiffel Tower. So I'm going to add that as a tool text here. So one of the good features here that you guys should be using, right, is this tool text. This is very helpful when you're designing. So what this does is basically you have to import this XML namespace tools, right? And what this enables you to do is that while you're developing and you're like testing your layout in the builder here on the right hand side that you can see, you can actually then use the namespace tools, say text, and then you can put in whatever like random value just as a placeholder to kind of get an idea of like, what it's looking like, right? So here I could just add, let's say, padding also to see like if I added a 7 dp padding here, how my text layout would be like impacted by that, right? So let's say I would put in here rather 15, right? So you can see like now this, and remember this is like our list item, right? So this is like one entry in the list that would appear. So now you've added your image in the same way, like when you would initialize this in your adapter, you would create a list, this list item from the layout. You'd say layout inflator, inflate list item, list underscore item, and then you would just set in the image view the image reference from r.id. The name of the file. Let's call it. Let's say if it was, if the name was called IC launcher, you would just say rdid or drawable.ic underscore launcher, and then you would set it in this image view. So then this will all then appear, in the main layout here. So you would have here then, when all would be set, the picture name, and then you would have that list like that. So, and the same way, and the reason you would have all that information is that in our factory class, we would have created the attraction objects, and the attraction object would also have the name of the file that we had set here. So at some point here, you would have more parameters, and one of the parameters would be the name of the file. So let's say in this instance here, just because the file exists, I'm using the same name. So this would be launcher.png, right? So you would here, of course, have something called Eiffel underscore tower.png, and the Eiffel Tower would be repeated here with different densities. And that's how you would know which picture to use. Okay, just quickly checking. Okay. So what would happen? Pictures is done. So layout best practices, obviously, because you want to specify. So remember, right? Like we said that Android has many different types of devices with different screen densities, right? So a way that as the web evolved, as frameworks evolved, and specifically the UI frameworks evolved, we moved away from a pure pixel count by using px to a density independent layout. So just for a bit more, completeness, initially, actually, you could also see in the literature dip, and that's also how we call this size suffix that is used when sizing your elements. And actually, initially it was called dip, and I think just for contraction purposes, they just kind of like eventually became dp because it was just easier to type. But this I in the middle, which is still there in concept, is independent. So this was like density independent pixel, and the idea was to say, well, as the density of my screen evolves, then the numbers of pixels under the hood that I'm going to be using is also going to change. But the advantage of using DP is that if you look at your pictures on, let's say, 5 different devices, going from 400 DP to, let's say, 600 DP, of course, like maybe 600 DP does not even exist today, but doesn't matter, it will in the future eventually. But so let's say if you went from 350 DP resolution devices to 600, well, you would, because if you use PX, your views would be completely off, like they wouldn't make sense. Your images would be perfect for the screen that would resolve perfectly that initial image DP. But if you don't provide properly sized elements, then your elements would not look the same. And specifically fonts, right? Like, so you want to use these fonts also. For fonts, you would use the SP rather than DP. So these two suffixes are for independent resolution. So when you would look using the SP prefix or DP suffix, SP suffix or DP suffix for sizing, then all your layout will look consistent across all devices. And that was the purpose why they did that, basically. Like, so one of the, like when you heard about all these Retina displays that came out with some very, very high resolutions, even on laptops, well, then now suddenly the UI started to look awkward until the frameworks behind under the hood started to resolve things in a completely different independent manner. So that's why it's highly recommended now that not to use anymore, PX or anything else. So for text, you use SP, and for lens, for images and things like that, you define DP. So this is also one of the things that is going to be looked into your code. So you can like very easily go into your editor here and just like do Control-Shift-F, do a full-blown on search for PX, only in the in your code. So only like you could say, I want that to be defined in my XML files, for example. So you could just search, in XML files, for example, and specify the whole project and say file mask, because if you just had specified them somewhere in your layout files, for example, so you want to make sure that you will not get any results, because PX would mean that you're specifically hard coding for that specific number of pixels, which you should not be doing. So that's one of the things that would be expected in the rubric, that you're not using that. So let's come up to like the functionality, right? So I'm going to look at the questions here. Hey, sure. So there's a question here. It says, I've got a question about the return and break. Okay, what's the difference between these and where does the data return to? Okay, so, okay, oh, fantastic. So good question, KB. And of course, there is a big difference, very, very, very big difference. And we are going to tackle this right now. So what is the difference and where does the data return to? Fantastic. Okay, so let me open. I need to open a class here, and okay, so let me put it this way. So for example, let's say you have, so it doesn't matter what the function is going to be called here, right? So I'm going to say public int, okay, and get. Okay, so this is like a method, for example, right? That's doing something, and let's say I'm going to say return 0. The question was difference between and return. Let's start with the return keyword. Whenever you're designing, I just want to make sure KB, I hope you can listen to me and you're connected onto the session. If you're not connected on the session, I'm just going to post the link to the session again. And I hope you guys can hear me. So the difference between return is that the return keyword is to return a value from a method. Okay, so here I've declared a method. Okay, every method has some kind of declaration for the return type. If your method does not return anything, there's a type for that. It's called void. Okay, in that case, you never put return because the return keyword specifies that this method is going to return whatever comes after the word return, so the value basically. So if I wanted to return an int from this method, so I'm going to do compute something and I want to return. When you want to return the value, use the word return. Okay, so that's what the return is for. One other thing. Return can also be used in a special scenario where, let's say you have a return type void. Okay, so void by definition does not return anything. Let's say you wanted to do some instruction here and you declared a variable called I, which was 2034. Okay, at this point you did some computation, okay, that would return a Boolean value. Okay, let's say, for example, I have a Boolean value called result here. Okay, and let's say that I have a method here that says do some computation. Okay, and I'm going to create this method here, do some computation. It's going to be a private method here. And it just returns something. It doesn't matter what the value is. It doesn't matter what this value is, right? I just want to make a point here. So if you say if result is true for your business case, you want to do some other business logic here. Okay? If the result is true, you will say return. This would enable you to do the following thing, is that you would skip this part of the code. So I think it would be a clunky way to write the code, but it's perfectly acceptable from a compiling point of view and execution point of view. Return should not be used like this way. Normally, return is always used to return a value from a method, okay, like I showed you earlier. But another exotic way of using return would be this way, to say, even though this method does not return anything, you could just say return, so that you'd want the code to skip this part, the other business logic, because this was your condition to skip the logic. Okay. A better way to do this would have been not to use return, is just to say if not some computation, because this would return, your value, right? Then you could just do other business logic, and this would be much more succinct and it would be cleaner because you would not be using a return type for void. Okay, so that's that. Let's look into the break, the difference between return and break. The break instruction just breaks the current instruction that is being executed, but it does not alter the flow. So return returns a value or can skip the complete execution and return. The break, on the other hand, is used in two places. The first place where the break can be used is, perfect, excellent, okay. The other place where, there are two places where break can use. So the first place, so let's say I'm continuing with this method, for example, right? So let's say we get to this point here, okay? So let's say this is false. So let's say this is true. So if this is true, the exclamation mark says invert the value. So take the opposite value that's been sending back. So if I return true, the exclamation mark will make it false. So this will not be true. So we will not come in other business logic. We will come here. Okay, great. Now let's say I have a loop here. Okay, I have 10 element loop, and I'm do some business logic here. Okay. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, for whatever case, let me push this a bit. Let's push the envelope here. Okay. Let's say I'm going to put. Let's say my element is 10,000 here. There are 10,000 elements in this list. Okay, so let's say I'm going to create an int of 10,000 elements. Okay. Okay. So let's say there's some data. There is some data in these elements. Okay. Elements contains data. Okay. And you don't want to go through the 10,000 elements if as soon as you found some value, okay, in it. Okay. So let's say that this element, this int element, if you're looking for the value, searching for value 99, like that, okay, 999. So if elements, let's say, right? So if you want to write this in a better way, you would say elements.length. Okay, so that way, you know, it's cleaner. You're iterating through the elements array given its length of 10,000 elements, and I'm looking at j, so going from 0 to 10,000, looking at the value inside, and if this is equal to 99,999, I just want to break. I want to just come out of this for loop immediately, right? So this is where, if you use return, the return call would actually return from this whole method. That's not what you want, right? All you want to do is just skip completely the loop. That's it. So you just want to, so you want to do what? You want to, I want to break out, right? So that's why you say break. And what happens at that point, as soon as this condition is met, you just break out of the loop, but you do not return from the function, right? Okay, this is the first use case of break and the difference with return. The other use case, and this is a tricky little use case, and I want you guys to pay attention in case you have never seen this. So it is used with the switch statement. Now the switch statement, in case you don't know, it's a poor man's if-else, if I may. Some people might not like the term, but it's another way of using if-else, but generally speaking, if you're using switch statement, generally speaking, you would want to look at something called, you would want to look at replace switch with, sorry, what was it? Yeah, replace the switch statement with strategy pattern, and you want to look up that. That is polymorphism. Okay. Polymorphism. E. What's happening? Okay. So the return command returns the value from the method, and void does not. That's correct. And returning, well, void does not, yes, but you can also return. So as I showed you, right, you could, the return enables you to, so if this is void, you cannot use return here because there's nothing to return by definition. A void method does not return anything. However, like I showed you, if some condition is met, you could skip, I could just say return here, okay? So that return here, although void does not return a type, this return here, in the case of a void, says skip whatever comes after. I don't mind. Just stop execution of the method here and just return to the caller. Okay, I hope this is clear for everyone. And the returning value goes back to the original method. No, there's no, in the case of a void, there's nothing returned. So the call just goes back to the original method calling. So just post a message if it's clear or if you want me to explain. But let me reiterate again on what I've said. There are two cases, right? Your method could return an int or any other type except besides void. Okay, so there's void and then there's any other type. Okay, so in the case you're using void, by definition, void means there is no return type. There's nothing to return. In that case, you can use return keyword just to say skip. This is equivalent to skip return from here, return immediately, okay? This is equivalent to skip or return immediately, basically. When the return type of the method is void. Okay, but if the return type is anything else, a number, an object, you have to return that something. So if I was returning Boolean here, right, I would have to return false here to be able to make this work, or true. And here I would also have to return false or true. If I don't return anything here, the code, the IDE is telling me here, you can see there's a red underline here, it's telling me that I have forgotten return. The reason why I've forgotten return, because there is a case where I cannot enter this statement, return call. So that means the code will continue here, and at that point, this will break. So to illustrate this further, to remove this red line, I could be saying just throw new runtime exception, let's say. If I did this, you will see that you'll see that all of this now, it says it's unreachable. And you can see that the underline here is gone, because now the IDE is clever enough to say, hey, I know there's no need of a return statement here, because as soon as this condition is not met, the next step, I'm throwing an exception. So all of this will never happen, right? So that's why so I hope this is clear. So when you use void, you don't return anything. You're not obliged to use return. Return acts as an element to skip or return immediately if you prefer. Break is used in two places. One, in a for or while loop. This is also true for while. Okay, so any loop kind of situation, you can use break when you want to just skip and come out of the iteration. You will not return from the call. This is the method call get. Return returns from the method call. So immediately, whatever object called get, it will immediately continue from wherever that object made the call. So let me try to illustrate this. I hope this will make it more clear. I hope. We have two objects. We have two objects. A and B, okay? A and B. So we have A says action, it calls a method action, okay? Now, within action, if you look at the method action, here, it does some business logic here, okay? It will do some logic, do some business logic, and do some other logic here, do some other logic. Now, at this point, if I say return here, okay, you come back here. The call continues here, okay? We came here, we wait, we go through the execution, line 43, line 44, line 45, boom, and we come back here. And the code continues from here. This is a complete different point, okay? So we just needed one object, we didn't need a B. So we have one object, right? We have object A. Is this making sense? Please let me know in the channel if you want me to clarify something, because I'm not sure if you guys are following or not. Please don't hesitate to, say yes, no, or. Now the other cases, like I said to you, was break. So break will enable you just to come out of the for loop. It will not return, like here, return would immediately come back to this call. So let's say, sorry, if we did have two objects here, B, right? And then after this, I had B read here. So at this point, what would happen is when I would return, the call would go back to here, and then we would come to B and we would read, okay? But with a break, we would still be inside action, right? The execution of the flow would not come back immediately at this point to continue on to B. With a return, it would. With a break, it would still remain within the action method. I hope this is clear. Awesome, cool. So this is one place where you use break. The other place where you use break is in a switch statement. So this switch statement is like an if, it's another type of if else. So what happens here is you have if case. So sorry, let me say if you have switch on statement. So I think the syntax is like this. So if is if variable. So let's say it's, I don't know, let's say it's 5. So if variable, okay. And we're going to switch now case, let's say 1, case, let's say we have 4 values, so case 2, case 3, and case 4, okay? And then there's a default value here in a switch statement. Default is what to do, default, okay. Now, the other place where you use a break, and this is, sometimes this is a trick question. In a switch statement, you always have to use break to finish. You always need to use break. If you forget break, I'll tell you what happens. So you will always have to use break here, always, except for the last one, which is a default, because if none of these conditions are met, so basically what does it mean? It means that the if variable, which has value 5, here you can see we are only catering for the case where variable is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in this case, when a variable is 5, it will go to default, okay? But if variable was 1 here, we would go here. Now, tricky part, if I remove break here, let's pretend there was no break, but this condition would be true. So what would happen here basically is that in this scenario, what would happen is that if there was no break here either, the variable would be true here, and it would follow on to case 2 also. So this is the part that is dangerous, is that if one condition is met, if you don't put break, it falls through to the other cases. And this is actually a very tricky thing, because sometimes when you're not paying attention, you can miss the break, and actually every case is evaluated then. It's just something that, it's one of the quirks that you should know how that works. So the break statement is very important here to say, in the same way, actually, when you look at what we did in the for loop, the break element just says stop and exit the iteration immediately. Do not return from the function. Like, so what I'm saying is very important, return from the iteration. I hope this has clarified things for you. So the session is gonna, this current session is gonna end in 15 minutes at 2 p.m. and we're gonna start back at 4 p.m. and I believe it will go on up till 8 p.m. So 4 more hours this afternoon. Okay, so coming back to the functionalities part now. So we've covered all the layout stuff and mostly maybe other points too, but let's go through all of them now. Functionality, location object. App contains a custom object for storing location information. So this is exactly what we did, right? This is where our Pojo comes into play, right? We created a Pojo that actually has this information encapsulated within it, where we have the phone number, business hour, and address. So this requirement would be met. Sorry. Location object. App contains a custom object for storing location information. Okay, so app uses a custom adapter to populate the layout with views based on instances of custom classes. So this is pretty much what we talked about, right? Just to recap a bit on this. Our main activity basically would be this main screen first, right? So remember, this would be our title, Paris tour guide, and then we would have a list of all of the attractions here, right? So we're using a custom adapter, obviously, to be able to populate this list view, for example, if we're using a list view, and within that list view, we would be using this custom adapter, and the custom adapter, remember, would be giving this list item, right? And this list item would be then an image and the attraction name image. So the list item would just be the picture, sorry, and the name of the attraction. So when we would be in here, this list view would get that adapter. That adapter would create those list items, and then we would have all these elements with the picture and the name, picture, name, picture, name, right? So if you look at the requirement, app uses a custom adapter, it would, to populate the layout, the main layout list view with views based on instances of the custom class. So that's fine. Moving on, let's look at string storage. So obviously, coming up to string now. So strings are in, okay. So I want to know if you can use card view to display information. I think that could be a good idea. I think that definitely you could actually implement a list view. And so the card view is a very nice view, right? Because it gives you a very nice look and feel. The problem being is that I think you can definitely integrate that in a list. But one of the requirements, as you can see in the rubric, right, is that you have to use list elements, right? So user can navigate between lists, right? So as long as you can actually integrate your card view inside a list, I think you should be good, right? If you just use the card view on its own without having the list, then that would be problematic. I hope that answers your question, Ria Kosan. So coming up to the strings, right? So obviously, so just a quick touch on the string. I think by now all of you guys should be fluent in this, but just in case, I'm just going to confirm this. As you will write your application in Android, obviously speaking, you will be at some point, just like here, we have used Paris tour guide. I hard-coded this value here just so that it helps me as a placeholder when I'm designing my UI. And remember, I did that by using the tools, a namespace that is meant for that. However, if I wanted to show the real deal here, I would set the text value in this text view, which is right here actually. So right now it's been hard coded to text view, which is wrong because right now if I executed this on the emulator, sorry, I would see tour guide, and here I would not have Paris tour guide. I would have text view. So I want to have Paris tour guide here. So because this data is static and it's not dynamic in any means, it's not useful. It's not good practice to hard code string values in XMLs. What you want to do is you want to use a more flexible approach. Is that you want to define your string literals in a string file and reference them basically in your XML layout. So the way you do that is you say add string, and here you could say tour, so city, city name, for example, right? So you say city name, okay? So the IDE will also help you here. The add string says I want you to get the resources from the strings XML file in the values. So by definition, these are norms, right? These are norms in the Android framework. It knows that when you put add string, it will go and look in a folder called values. So you can't change that. And this file will be called strings, basically. So you can see it's called here string. So here you're going to say string, sorry. And here you're going to say, like, I'm going to create that string here in the strings file. And so my bad. So what I meant here was that this is going to be the name of the XML tag within strings here. So you see that this is a string right here called, well, this is the tag string and resources. And here we have declared a key called app name. So if we go back, if I just create my Paris tour guide variable here, I'm going to say Paris tour guide here. And then this would have created now an entry in this file with, string. Thus, why we use add string to refer to actually the different elements declared in these files. And then that's how you have dynamically now you have like configured your name in your XML. So now it's not hard coded anymore. And the obvious reason why you do that is that the day you want to create an international version, and let's say if I wanted to create a French version now of this app, I would create another folder called values-fr, and within it, I would create another file called strings.xml, and I would have the same structure as this one, except this would all be translated in French wherever it would make sense. So when the phone would, when the app would run on a phone that has fr as localization, it would detect a folder with FR in it, and it would use that one in preference, basically. So so that's why you'd want to do that. So none in your code, in nowhere in this project should you be hard coding the strings, except where it is accepted, which is in the tools text, because this element is deleted at runtime. When your APK is built, this is all deleted. Okay. Now coming up to image storage. Okay, so all images are stored as drawables. Okay, and all drawables are stored at multiple densities. So this was like what I was coming up to, what we touched on earlier. You can put your elements here in the HDPI, so automatically that only these files are referred to, or you can put them into a drawable, up to you. I would prefer this because automatically your Android application picks the correct folder. And then obviously, like I said earlier, we would need to create different density files, image files here. And you can use that plugin that was mentioned earlier in the channel to create quickly these different densities. Okay, and yes, the code run without errors, absolutely. Otherwise, you won't be able to run your application, and that would be pretty sad for your future users, which wouldn't be great. Okay, now criteria. So code is easily readable, such that a fellow programmer can understand the purpose of the app. This is of course very, very important, right? Don't think this as a small thing. Actually, it's very, very important. Right now, you're writing an application just for yourself, but in the real world, when you'll be working in a company, hopefully, and you'll be writing Android code, there will be other fellow developers who would be working with you for teams spanning anywhere from a 2-man team, you and someone else, to maybe 100 of developers working on massive big applications. So obviously that's why you need to make, you need to write code that's elegant and readable. So for example, let me give you some quick tips on how to do that, right? What you want to do is write meaningful name, right? So if you are writing something that's checking the account balance, right, you wouldn't want to write a name as number, right? Like you wouldn't put your variable as number, right? So what you want to say is that if you're testing your account balance, let's say hypothetically speaking, in this class here in this code, I'm saying, hey, if number, right, is greater than 0, you'd say process cash payment, let's say, for example, if this was some kind of a banking application or whatever. And obviously, like, this number is not very explicit, right? Because we don't know what this number represents. Does it represent a cash balance? Does it represent a deficit balance? Does it a savings balance? Like what is it? So obviously this name is not very useful. Although if you rename this to something like cash balance, right? Obviously this suddenly now becomes much more effective for a developer. So if I just say this, and if I just refactor, so now, if cash balance is greater than 0, now this is suddenly much more explicit. So there's an argument that can be made to a certain extent, is that you should always try to avoid, where possible, that if you're writing a comment just to explain something simple, you could just, replace that comment with a method just to better convey the message. So further pushing this concept to make more readable code, what you could do, for example, is that I could even go further. Although I personally think that this is very explicit, I could take this a step further and literally, remove this comment and the code, to explain the code within or the logic below. I could just say, here, for example, if account has sufficient balance, right? So now I'm reading this like English. I can just say, if account has sufficient balance, then, I could just do transfer, for example. right? So the idea is to like really replace your comments to, to make it just like as if you could read the code, okay? And you can see like we just created a method, but this is cool. This is okay because you're creating a bit more lines just to add more intent. So any developer besides you who would pick up your code, well, this would be unambiguous, right? I mean, there's nothing to ponder about. It's very straightforward. If account has sufficient balance, it means what it means. So that's why you should be like very, thoughtful about these things. So there's another question here. So in the apps we make with Udacity, they use a tons of notes of every single thing, which for me makes the code harder to read. Okay, would you advise us to do that, or using clear names make it unnecessary? So I think that that's absolutely a fair question, and I think the notes are there to help you, also to guide you a bit of what is going on. Because if you're completely new to Android, well, to be fair, it's a pretty massive framework with a proper where you need to have a proper understanding of the life cycle, the fragment life cycle, if you're using fragment activities, of activity life cycles and how they are intertwined, and what are the moments where each of the methods like on start, on resume, on pause, etc., are called. So it can be very complicated, and then that's the reason why they've put in a lot of notes to explain, and that might create some length. Now, bear in mind, Ryoko-san, that as a developer, if you're writing an API and you want to like explain clearly the bounds, because an API, when you're going to write an API, you are going to have to document it so that people can understand how to use it, right? Imagine like you would be using the link interface of the Java SDK, right? So if you go here, right, if I open up the list, another link, the list interface, right? If I can potentially have maybe the source code, I don't know if it's going to add the source code, so it's not, right? So like imagine like, the list interface here. So list Java documentation. If you didn't put any clear documentation, if they didn't put any clear documentation of how this contract works, honestly, like implementations would be all over the place, and developers wouldn't be able to effectively use the concrete implementations like abstract list or array list or linked list, for example, right? So you need some kind of comments. But like I was showing you just now, right? Think before you write a comment, think if you cannot extract your code just like I did here, right? If you could not have extracted a variable, replace it with a method name that's making the intent a bit more explicit. So if you can do that and just avoid writing the comments, then by all means you should do that. I think that's great practice. I think as a rule, it's very good. I believe it's Martin Fowler, who's also a very known and a very important person in the computer science landscape, who has also, I would say, leaned in on and supported the idea of saying, look, if possible, refrain from writing a comment, refactor your code to make the variables more meaningful, or extract whatever that small condition you're doing, like here was a small condition, refactor it into a method, so that the method will just read like English, right? So I think that the Udacity code should not be like, because it's special, the Udacity code is special because it's teaching you. They wanted to make things very clear so that if you're there, like, working alone, because there's so much moving parts to Android, it can be overwhelming. So just for that. But both stand in their respective rights. Try as you as a developer to where you have to still provide comments because you want to clarify an edge case, an edge condition, or why you did something in a certain way, then by all means add comments. It will never hurt. The only problem with comments is that sometimes they fall out of sync with the implementation. So someone changes the implementation, but the comment doesn't get updated. And unfortunately, this happens way too often. In that case, it's just better to erase the comment rather than having an outdated comment that does not even represent anything to do with the code, which is even worse. So yeah, I think that's the better way to go about doing things. Okay, so it's we're right on the clock here, on the tick. At the hour, so it's 2 p.m. right now, and I think that in respect to the rubric, I'm just going to quickly see where we are. So we've almost done the rubric. So One thing what I'll do is like, I'll just complete the rubric when we come back after lunch. So at 4 p.m., we're going to continue from here. Hopefully, we have touched on all the key points here, what's required in this project. And moving on from there, I'll try to go on a bit more and cover other aspects of Android. Or like I said, I hope you'll have more questions if you're stuck somewhere. No problem, Ryoko-san. I hope that you guys will have a bit more questions later on this afternoon. For those of you who are not able to come this afternoon, before you leave, just try to just paste some questions here, right? Before you leave. So like, even if you're not here, paste those questions that you ask so then I can address them and you can later on look at the answers in the recording, hopefully. Okay. Thanks a lot for having tuned in. I'm going to stop the recording now, and hopefully I will see you guys this afternoon at 4 p.m. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.